it should be running. There we go. All right. Has everybody logged in? Yeah, obviously, I think we already know this. You're all logged into Internet Explorer and you're all logged into Chrome. So let's talk about that, why you have two browsers open. For those of you that know already, again, I apologize if I'm talking about things that you already know. For those of you that don't know, a real brief explanation as to why you have two browsers opened up. Our product used to run off of a product that was by this little unknown company called Microsoft that had a little plugin called Silverlight. And so everything was running on Silverlight, which is that version. If you're looking at my screen right now in Internet Explorer, is what you're looking at is partly the newer version of the Silverlight piece. There is an older version, and I believe some of you have actually seen that. But anyways, Microsoft decided that they were going to, as they normally do with everything, they were going to give it an end of life. And so in 2021, I believe in October of this year, they have decided that they are going to no longer support Silverlight. So it's going to go away. And just like they have pretty much said that Internet Explorer is going to go away, they've moved to Edge. The same scenario. So we were faced with, what do we do? So we decided that we could do a lot better, and we decided that there was a better mousetrap. And so we started to build it, and we built it off of something called HTML. And that's what you run on that's what our Google side of the product runs on, which makes it much faster, much cleaner, much easier to use. We are still in the process of moving all of our user interfaces from Silverlight to HTML. So the version that you're on, 2020.1, is going to have you, from time to time, you will need to bounce over from Google Chrome to Internet Explorer. We all have to face that challenge. Believe me, I do it much more so than any other user does, because I'm in there all day long training and working with customers, so I'm in and out of it. It is, I'll be quite honest with you, and plain out, it's a pain in the butt. But it's a pain in the butt, and I know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And we are about to release our version 2021 this year, which will ultimately pretty much move everything off of Silverlight and into HTML, so you'll be on Chrome. I've seen the new software. I've been playing with it. There's a much needed, much greater improvement. The speed is better, but again, I know that you guys are going to have to bounce back and forth on certain things, and we're going to see that over the next 4 days. And so I will make sure that I will work with you so that y'all understand how it works. But that's just right now the nature of the beast. And I mean, we just have to roll with a punch, and we'll get through it sooner than later. Okay, so just keep that in mind when you start to see things pop back and forth. So I am currently on Internet Explorer, and the reason I start here is just to give you a rough background of what's here, and I will then also, I want to spend as much time as I can over in the apps, as we call them, so that you'll have an idea of what we're talking about. On my screen, across the top of my banner, you see there is a blue banner bar that has and I will point my cursor over there. There is what we call the tumbling T's. And the tumbling T's, that stands for Tyler Technology. Hey, how about that? All right, so now it shows me I'm in EnerGov. This blue bar in between, the little lighter shade that has search in it, this is what we refer to as the Omni bar. It's not only going to be in Internet Explorer, you're going to see it also in Chrome. Further to the right, there is a bell. That bell is for notifications. So if you are someone who is being notified that you need to address something and look at it, this bell will show you that there is a number inside of it. Unfortunately, I don't have anything in there, to show you, so I don't have any notifications. But when you click on this bell, and I'll do that right now, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to show me what the notifications might be. Maybe you're someone who's getting notified that you have to go look at something that you need to address. So it will notify you if it's been set up in the back office. Now, not all these are set up that way. That just depends on whatever was built in the back office for what we call notifications. So that's where that would stem from. But that's what that, if you ever see a number in your bell, when you click on it, it's going to take you to that particular notification. The next item over, I will come back to, this is what we call our app manager. On the far right, you should have an initial in a round circle. When you are using the software, never, never, never go up and click on the red X. Because when you do that, you do not release a license. All you do is log off of the browser. To get out of the software correctly, always come over to the initial that's there, click on it, and sign out. Simple as that. That releases the license so that if there's somebody that's waiting in the wings that needed to get in, then you need to make sure that you've gone this route. Otherwise, if I go up and click on the red X, I don't release the license until whatever the setting in the back office has been set to, and then it will release it down the road. So be kind. You know, again, I'm going to show my age here, but although I do know that I guess Blockbuster is coming back with some changes. But there used to be a thing on all the VHS tapes that said, "Please be kind, rewind." So be kind, Bruce, and log off.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
We have a limited 49 EnerGov Enterprise licenses, and those will be assigned to individuals. It is certainly a good idea to log off, but why would we be concerned about releasing a license? Are there situations where people are sharing licenses or something, or like a license limit or concurrent, or how does that work?
Well, the way it works is that if you have, let's say you have 60 users, you said you had 49 licenses?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm number 50, I'm trying to get in. 49 of them are being in use right now. And someone just goes up and clicks the red X, and I got to get in there because I've got to do something real fast. I have to wait for that in the back office to release that license that somebody didn't log off correctly.
Does that situation apply to us being on-prem, or is that in the cloud? Or I thought our license was explicit, like a license for Kurt or a license for Anne Marie. That's just Anne Marie. It's just there's 49, and it's just those 49 people. Is it different in the cloud or something?
No, that's called concurrent.
So does this mean that our 49 isn't explicitly to 49 named individuals? It's just 49 concurrent sessions. Is that what that means?
There's 40. Well, if you have 49, if I could get into the user database, I guess what you're saying is I would find 49 people. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it's what you described, that we have 49 concurrent sessions. That would be awesome.
Yeah, you do. It's 49. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's logged. Well, let me back up. It does matter who's logged in. All right. But when you reach 49, number 50 can't get in.
All right, because we have about 70 people that have been identified as needing EnerGov, but so it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to get 70 licenses. It just means that no more than 49 of them can be logged in at any one time. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh,
if
that's
you want
awesome.
all 70 to have, you want all 70 be in there and be able to run around and do what they want to do, then you've got to buy the licensing to cover all those people.
This is terrific news. You get on that Ventura Highway and come over here, and I'll buy you a hamburger. Thank you.
Yeah. Is that going to be at the In-N-Out?
Yeah. No. Well, we got a good place on the pier. You'll like it. Fish burgers. Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. That's really helpful information. Thank you.
Yeah. It's based upon. Yeah. I could go in there and I could put 200 people in as users. It's just, when you log in, you take up that license. And then until you log out, you're holding that license in place.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got any questions on that component? All right. Good. All right. So I am going to jump over to here and show you the same thing. There's my tumbling T's. There's my EnerGov. There's my Omnibar. There's the bell. There's the app manager I'm going to come back to. And there's the same logo with my initials. Well, I'm not Benjamin. This is an account that was given to me to work with. So I have no idea, but that's okay. But that's where I would go in and log out. So same scenario. All right. I'm going to jump back here to this one. Going down a little bit lower, you see I have tabs. I have a tab that says close all tabs, close other tabs, home, view notifications, etc. I've got a home tab set up. I also have a view notifications tab set up because I clicked on the notification bell up here and it opened that window up for me. All right. So if for whatever reason you're not sure which environment you're in, it's pretty simple. If you see tabs down here like these, you are in the Silverlight version in Internet Explorer. If I go back to Chrome and I come up here and I go to, let's go to here real fast, just as an example. And I have to wait for this to refresh. And once this comes back up, what I want to point out to you is that, first off, you'll notice I don't have any tabs here underneath my blue banner bar. All my tabs are going to be up here, okay? That's because everything we do in Chrome going forward is a browser tab. In the old Silverlight version, the old Silverlight version, tabs down here will be displayed. All right. Further down below that, shows me that this is the dashboard and this is who I am, shows me who I am logged in. On the left-hand side, depending on what your user rights are, you might see a few things over there, you might see many things over there. These are what we call widgets. Okay? For now, these widgets are going to go away. Obviously, if you go back to here, there are no widgets showing up here. They'll be shown in a different fashion. But what a widget does in the old version, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because we're not going to be beating this horse to death, but if I went down, let's say, for example, my assigned inspections, and I clicked on it, this widget would take me to a new search window. So depending on what I saw over here, would take me to wherever I want to go. All right. I'm not going to dive into this deep because, again, we're getting away from Silverlight. We want you all to be working over on Chrome as much as possible. If I go back to my home page, which is here, I still have this up here. Now you're going to go like, well, okay, so what happens if I close out of these tabs? Oh, I get a nice pretty blue screen. I got to go back to my home. How do I get there? There's a little icon that I'm pointing at right now that people like to call whatever they like to call. And some people call it a 9-pin. Some people call it a Rubik's Cube. The correct terminology, if you were ever talking to a support person, will be, this is our app manager. So when I click on it, there are going to be a series of little icons and links that I can click on. So I want to go back to my home page in the Silverlight environment. I click on my home, bingo, it brings me back.
Hey, Bruce, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
For some of us, when we log into Chrome using the URL, we get kind of a blank screen kind of a thing, and then we have to it takes some effort to get to where you to get further in. Am I in the wrong one?
I'm going to go to Chrome.
Sorry, I've jumped around. I'm sorry. That. maybe I'm getting ahead of
All
myself.
right.
Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. All right, so I'm on Chrome. So if I go back up to that same app manager and I click on, and this is a good point. I'm glad you brought this up. So everybody should be on Chrome. When you click on the app manager, you should have the same thing that you would see if you were loaded over on Silverlight. So if I go ahead and I click on my home here, I want you to watch what's going to happen. Pay attention on your screen or my screen, either one. You should see a couple of things take place. When I click on my home, it's going to be blank because my home does not exist inside of the HTML yet.
Oh, yeah, HTML, right. It's something
Right.
hasn't been built yet, right? It's a piece of the house that hasn't been.
Yeah, it hasn't been. It's not available in the build that you're on. Okay.
So it doesn't mean it's
I mean,
broken. It means it's not complete.
It's not broken. It's just not completed. Again, there are a number of things that work here that don't work here in this build. They will as we progress forward. Like I said, come our release of 2021.1, we will be, I think, and don't hold me to this, but I'm going to say we'll probably be at about 99.5% moved over.
When will that be? Sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When will you be at 99.5%?
When we release 2021, which I believe is, and then again, I'm hearing rumblings in the background that it's coming out, I believe, in May. We release a couple different versions of the software. One is called LTS. That's the one that you folks get. The other one is for those people that are daring and adventurous and don't care that they play with fire, so they can get the Renegade version and hope that it doesn't break a lot of things. But the LTS version that we release out to everybody, and you folks, we're hosting you, so I'm going to say that
we're on prem.
You're hosting yourself?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought we were hosting you. All right. All right. So then, when you go, and I don't mean to derail this again, when are we going live with you folks?
June 30th.
Here's what I mean, and again, I'm not going to turn the recording off. I don't care. I've gotten my hand slapped a few times for saying things. I would say to go ahead and move forward with what you've got going. Get it up and running. Go live. Give it some time to shake out the moths, and then talk about going to 2021. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we've asked to be put in the line in the queue for 2021.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just it's just I can tell you that what's going to be released is going to be, I say, stable. You can see air quotes going up in my hands right now. But again, I know that we are going to be with our hosted clients. They're going, and going in there fast and furious. But if you're hosted, right, then it's going to be one of those things like, you want to get in line and go for the latest and greatest. Good for you.
Yep, and we're in that line. Bruce, can I stop for just a second? I just want to make sure everybody's following along. As you know, some of the people here, this is the first time that they've really had a chance to use Enterprise. And I just want to make sure you're covering some really important and good information here right now. I really want to make sure everybody's following along. There's a reason we have two browsers, because of the two who are in this kind of this an event in history where you're making this transition. And people need to go to one browser because some of the features are available, for example, in Chrome, but those features that are not available yet in Chrome, they have to go back to Explorer to get those features. And this is that a true, that's a true story, right? I just want to make sure everybody follows that. Am I saying that right?
Yes, you are.
Great, great.
Can I ask a question on that? This is Anne Marie. So if, and I know we're going to get into this, but will our staff have to jump back and forth when creating a permit from Chrome to Silverlight just to get the permit processed? I'm just curious about that.
So Anne Marie, let me address that. So the answer to that is that you can create your permit inside of Chrome.
Thank you.
Okay. And we are going to do that, just so you know. You're going to see that. But I just want to make sure I'm going to cover. I just felt this morning was a good time to cover both sides because, again, as Kurt just was talking about, until we get away from 100% or 99.5% or whatever it might be, the number might be, of having to rely on Silverlight and everything goes to Chrome, you might have to, on occasion, you might have to just jump back into Silverlight. And again, you'll see as we go through this where it might tell me that my browser's not supported, or it might tell me it's loading in another browser. So that's why, hence, you should always make sure that you have the ability to get into Internet Explorer if you're in Chrome. And you really should try to do as much as you can in Chrome and not so much inside of Internet Explorer. I'm just starting out there to get us rolling, but believe me, we are going to come back and we're going to jump into the Chrome side of things and focus there. So again, not to belabor my whole thing here, Anne-Marie, we are going to make sure that you will be able to create a permit inside of Chrome. Or a
Bruce,
plan.
one last question for me, and then I'll shut up. Just want to make sure the screen you're looking at right now. So if people are seeing this, they're not doing anything wrong. It's just that they're going to have to do some other steps to get to where they want because there's not a home screen, so to speak, right? And you will be showing us those steps, right?
Yeah. From here,
Great.
what I will do is we will go up and I will show you to get to there. Now, there will be a home screen coming. I mean, I don't know whether this is something we want to throw out there right now. I think you guys are in discussions with, was Jason working on Hub?
That's true.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it at that. But there will be a landing page, folks, that you won't come to a little jigsaw puzzle that says this plugin is not supported. You will have a landing page when you put in or you click on an icon. If you have a shortcut on your desktop, you will come to a landing page. Just right now, we don't have one for you. It's coming. All right. All right. Back to Silverlight real fast. So we talked about the widgets. Those are there for right now. I want to go back up and I want to talk about the app manager one more time. And the reason I'm going to do it here is because there are some things that I want to differentiate between Chrome and Internet Explorer. One of those things is called favorites. In Internet Explorer, when I click on favorites, it brings me to this window. So here's things like, okay, so I want to go, I always do I always work with permits, or I need to get, one of my favorite places I go to is permits. When I click on this folder, it's going to bring me to a new window. over here, favorites, and I think everybody knows what favorites are, but you've got a bookmark, okay, that I can bookmark as being a favorite. So if I have a screen that either a landing page that I want to always go to, I can make it a favorite. I would click on my favorites, whether it's in my banner bar up here, my hidden bookmarks bar, or it's up here under bookmarks here. It's going to do the same thing as what I just did here. By clicking on, instead of my favorites, which is going to go away, that's what's going to come back up. So how does that look? So let's go here. Kind of asked, and you're wondering why I'm not clicking in here. Let's do this. Let's do, I'm going to type in just one word. Excuse me. In my Omni toolbar. And I hope everybody's following along. You're in Chrome. You just typed in permit. That's all you had to do. This is a search bar. So depending on what you type in here, will tell you what your results will be when you come back. What can you put in here? Well, you can put anything you want in here, and if it's in the system, in the database, it'll return it. So I have a permit number, I have a plan number, I have an inspection number, I have any type of information that's in the database, and I type some of it into here or all of it into here, it's going to come back and it's going to give me results. Now, as we go down through this progress and we get into things talking about contacts and looking and doing searching, I'm going to tell you that you're going to hear it from me over and over again for the next 4 days. The terminology is less is more. And when I say that, what I mean is that if you are going to type something in and you type it in a specific form or manner, it might not have been put into the database that way for whatever reason. It might be a contact. Maybe somebody misspelled the contact name. You're putting it in correctly, or maybe you're putting it in wrong. Somebody else put it in correctly. It's not going to come back. So you need to make sure that you put in less for your criteria to get more results back, which means you got to drill down a little deeper. But you know what? At least when you're looking for something before you create it, you're not going to duplicate or replicate it, okay? Which happens a lot, especially with contacts, whether they be businesses or they be individuals. It happens a lot there because, you know, hey, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I fat finger when I type, and I don't type very well. So, you know, I could put in, you know, somebody's name wrong, or I could put in I could start a permit wrong and put in the wrong information. So, but we'll come back and go through that. But my point here is that if you're looking at this, on the top of your list, you've got all of these things that say EnerGov app. Down below that, you've got things that just say EnerGov. There is a difference between these, okay? You'll notice I've got managed permits in EnerGov. I've got managed permits in EnerGov app. You want to use everything that you can coming from EnerGov app, whether it be manage a permit, adding a permit, doing anything inside. Now, you'll also notice that I've got a bunch of other stuff showing up here, such as activity types, dimension categories, statuses, all this kind of stuff. That's because I'm logged in and and I'm not sure what you're looking at, what your rights are now as far as being able to set things up. But I've got what I will do again with my air quotes is what I call the God mode. I'm an admin. I can do anything that I want inside of this software because I have it's been set up to me to do that. So if you don't see things like permit type groups, permit types, and things like that, that's because your user rights right now are saying that you can add a permit, you can manage a permit, but you can't create things like permit types, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's just all that's doing. Just so don't get, you know, freaked out because you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Just remember that as we go through this for the next 4 days. Okay. So if, and Anne-Marie, if I wanted to create a permit, guess where I'm going? I'm going up here to add a permit. And it's going to refresh, and it's going to bring me to a new window, and it's going to let me create a permit from that window. I don't have to go to Silverlight because I don't need to go to Silverlight. It's going to come back. And so I keep stalling and tap dancing and doing my thing here. It might come back, hopefully. Any day now. Let me refresh it, see what happens. There we go. Okay, so again, I went to the search bar. Okay, I don't have a home page here yet, but once I get a home page, a landing page, as I'm going to call it, you'll be able to do the same thing without having to go and type it all in. It's going to be there. Again, going back to where I started though, is this a favorite for me? Well, you know what? I always like to go here. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to here. I'm going to bookmark this, and I'm going to say done. I'll rename it if I have to or whatever I want to call it. And now, what I just took the 9-mile road around town with is that I got a favorite. Okay? Everybody still with me? Any questions? All right.
Maybe Bruce, maybe if you could just, I do think that people are going to have trouble following along with the switching between the browsers. Maybe if you call out when you're switching between one browser and another, so to make sure everyone, including me, can follow. Sorry to ask.
Okay. Nope,
such a
that's
simple
good.
question.
Nope, good point.
Thank you.
All right, so we're all back on Internet Explorer for right now, and I want you all to click on the App Manager and take a look at the other icons that are there. So you've got My Work, Recent Cases, My Links, Maps, Parcel Manager, Calendar, Tasks, Contracts, Inspection Manager, Advanced Search, and then if I click on More and I blow my screen up doing an F11 for you, it'll show you I've got other things down here. All right, and I'm going to bring this back down. If I go back and I'm going to switch over, if everybody does that and go back to Chrome, and I go back to my App Manager again, see the same scenario, it's all there. If I click on, for example, the briefcase as My Work, what's it say? Oh, plugin is not supported. Okay, so these are things that are going away because My Work is not going to be called My Work anymore. It's going to be listed as being things that you've been working on. So if I go to, let's say in Chrome, type in, let's go back to permits. All I got to do is type it in once. And I go to, let's go to this, permit. Let me spell it all out. And I go to manage permits. Excuse me. Allergies are kicking in here. So you've got a thing here called My Recent Permits. If you have nothing showing here, which I'm probably assuming that a lot of you do, have not had anything here, that means that this is, if you do have something, this is where you have looked at something, you've worked on it, and you've been going through it. So that means it's my recent. It's something I've done. You'll notice that there are going to be 15 things in your list. Always will be up to 15. You might have only have 3. You might have 2. You might have 10. Again, we allow it up to 15. Okay. So if I was also in the planning department, I want to look at my plans that I've been involved with. I go to manage plans. I launch that. This is my work. This is things that I've been dealing with. I'm working on these items. Okay, so 15 of these things I've touched. I've had some interaction with these things. I've been looking at them. I've been working on them. All right. So that's what my work looks like inside of here. I'm going to jump back real quick over to Internet Explorer. So follow along. Recent cases, I just showed you. Recent cases, manage permits, manage plans, manage whatever you're working with, whatever your wheelhouse is going to be a recent case that you worked on. If I do it here, I click on recent cases, it will give me a listing of the 10 most recent cases that I have looked at. And then for me to get into it from here, I would simply go in and select the folder I want to look at. I click on it, and it's going to take me inside of that.
Bruce, if I can, is this correct then? So if you're working in IE, in Explorer, it's going to show it in a pop-up versus in Enterprise, in Chrome, it will show it in the app itself window, right?
That's correct.
That's
correct. It will show you in the app itself, like it did. I went back to Chrome. It shows me in here where I'm at. I'm going to get into this a little deeper and talk to you about every one of these things we're seeing here. And you're seeing, obviously, when I'm scrolling back and forth, you're seeing an icon pop in and out. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm going to go back to Internet Explorer, and I'm going to go back to that App Manager one more time. So my links. If there is a website that's not part of the city, let's say it's a state website that you need to reference on a frequent occasion or semi-frequent, doesn't matter. It's a link inside of the old system. You would click on this and it would take you to that. When you clicked on it and highlighted it, it would take you to that link. Well, guess what? And I'm going to switch to Chrome. Who can tell me where I'm going to find a link that I always go to? Let's say it's a state website that I need to reference. Where would I find that? Anybody got a clue?
And the app block.
Up here, you mean?
License.
Currently, that's a good choice. That would happen here if it was working, but it doesn't work in this version for you.
Just use the search bar.
When you say search bar, up here, the blue one?
Yeah.
Is that the Omni bar?
The Omni bar. Thank you.
Sorry, Omnibar.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You know, it's all new terms. Believe me, it's going to take some time to understand all this. Actually, if there is a statewide website that I go to all the time, why would I not put it up under a bookmark? So we've eliminated the need for you creating favorites one place and links in another place, and we've all put them into one area, which is your browser, because you're going to be using a browser. You're not using, and I'm going to go back to Internet Explorer and Silverlight. You're not using this anymore. You are loading everything into here. So if I have a website that I go to for the state of California all the time, health department, whatever it might be, it's going to be in my favorites. I'm going to click on it. I don't need to go from links to a pop-up window and then take me to there. Okay, we just eliminate some clicks. Don't have all those clicks anymore. It doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but after you've been doing it for a day, or you do it for a week or a month, if you wanted to count the clicks that we saved you, it would add up. All right. What else do I have? I'm going back to Internet Explorer one more time, and then I think what we're going to do is we're going to move off of this because I really want to get you away from Internet Explorer. The only time I'm going to come back here is when we have to. Just so you understand what these things are. Parcel Manager will take me to a version, show me the parcel, and I can search by the parcel number. I can search by the address. Calendar is, and we'll see this when we get into it, and I'm going to hopefully be able to do a lot of this over in Chrome. But a calendar is an internal calendar. It's not directly related to whatever you've got going on with a calendar for the community to look at. It's not a calendar that's, it is tied, it can be tied to your Microsoft Outlook if you're using that, but it is a one-way street, just so you know. I can push things out, but I can't push things in. So you can't bring things in from your Outlook calendar into EnerGov, but I can push them the other way. Tasks, as we will see when we get into HTML, same thing applies to inside of Silverlight. A task is something that I have either assigned to myself as a reminder for me to do something, or B, if somebody else is needing me to do something for them. So they've assigned me the task. So you will see that. It'll appear on the calendar, and it will also appear under your tasks so that you'll be made aware of that. Contacts, we're going to cover down through that and go through creating a contact, whether it be a contact or whether it be a business. There is a difference. We will talk about inspections, inspection manager, and in that arena, there is a whole new thing for search. And then again, if I go down and one more time, let me expand my screen, go down to more, okay? These are another way for me to do searches, and this is also another way for me to go and go to other windows that I was going at, and now that'll make more sense to you when we get into the other windows. So let me go back here and bring you back to here, and I am going to just say that if you look over here on this left-hand side, real quickly, it's a menu, okay? You're going to see the same menu layout when we get into HTML. It might not have the same icons, might not have the same pictures, might not have the same colors, but everything that we're looking at here, okay, for this permit, for example, is going to show up when I go over to here and I do one of these. So why don't we do this? I'm coming up on quarter of the hour. Let's take a 15-minute break. Everybody can grab some coffee, tea, water, run around the block real fast, do what you got to do, and then let's come back at the top of the hour, and I'm going to start plowing through HTML and stay away from Silverlight as best I can. Okay? Sound good?
Thank you,
Yes,
Bruce.
thank you.
I will see you back at the top of the hour. There you go. All right, we are back live recording. So we are now, as I said, we are going to start focusing strictly on HTML as much as I can. If I have to go over to the other side, I'll go there, but I really want to get you, like you just guys, you want to know is what's going to happen here. So let's take a look at what we got going on. If I was to go back up to the app manager and I open it up, again, most of this stuff is not going to work. I'm going to come back to maps. I'm going to start with parcel manager. And there's a reason for my madness here. Okay, so parcel manager. As I said earlier, you can search by a parcel or you can search by an address. If you don't know the parcel number, but you do have an address, then you can click on the search address. brings you to a new window. Remember I said less is more. Here's a good example of that. If I try to type in the entire address with post direction, pre-direction, you know, everything that's under the blue sun here, throw it all in there, it'll probably come back and tell me, oh, it doesn't exist. So now I'm going like, well, this address is no good. But if you do less is more, and I just put in a number and nothing else, and I hit enter on my keyboard, what's going to come back to me is going to be everything that has been supplied to us by your GIS team. So we use your data for this. This is not something that we as a company or software developer are creating. We're just using what's been provided to us. All right, so I hit 501, it came back with 100 results. There's a lot of stuff there. Again, what's it looking at? Well, for right up front, I can see right now, it's pulling all of this in here. Suite looks like. And then we got streets, drives, and things going on, okay? If I want to narrow it down a little more, maybe I know exactly where I want to go. Okay, type in a little bit more. And now I came down to 501 from 100 down to 2. You're going like, whoa, why am I getting this one when this is the one I want? Well, you're getting this one because that's the suite number showing up 501. So it doesn't discriminate. It goes and says everything with 501, everything with a name, with whether it's a street or an avenue or what it might be. So this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to click on the radio button, and it's going to bring me back to my parcel manager window. Remember when we were looking at that permit in the old Silverlight version, I told you there was a menu on the left-hand side. Kind of like the same thing on this. It's a little bit different look and feel, but it's still going to have a lot of the information that were there. If I were to go back and show you what this looked like in Silverlight, you would see what I'm talking about. I'm not going there. Here's my address. It's showing me a map view of it. And if I run my mouse wheel up or back, it zooms in, zooms out. Okay? The next block over shows me recent cases. Are there any recent cases? Now, terminology-wise, when we say cases, case could be a permit, case could be a plan, case could be a code violation. Case is whatever the record that has been linked to this particular property would show as far as recent activity goes. So if I had gone in here at 8 o'clock this morning and I had put in a code case, it would show up here under recent cases. Going further down my line.
Bruce, can I ask a question on that? Would it also show recent inspections?
Yes, it's activity.
Thank you. Any activity.
Yep,
thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, it's any activity. So if someone had done an inspection at 8 o'clock this morning and it's now, what is it? Now 10 o'clock, and had they uploaded it with their iPad, it would show up as recent activity. Right? So this is a summary page. I'm going to go back over to my left-hand side under my menu, and I'm hovering over summary because that's where I'm at. It's also showing me, if you look underneath my blue banner bar, and as well as you should have, and please, by all means, choose any address you want to. If you're in Chrome and you pick Parcel Manager, pick any address you want that's in the city's jurisdiction, okay? And you would have the same look and feel I have, just might be a different location. So there's my parcel information. I see it here. I also see it down here in this this little bar down here. And I also get a description, a brief description of what this is. I'm guessing you all know where I'm at. I think that's City Hall. And then around it is all the other properties that surround it. Details. Again, depending on what we have been provided by your GIS team, will determine what you see in this window. So if you're looking for section, block, and lot, that has not been provided to us, so it's not going to show up here. But if it was, it would show up underneath each of those headers. You'll notice that everything here is grayed out. I can't go in here and I can't make any changes. I can't add things. Okay, there's a reason for that, because this is information that has been, again, it's locked in. It's there. I can't adjust it. I can't do anything about it. It's there. Under addresses, this is the address that comes up for that particular parcel. Additional information. You're going to see this throughout every window you go to for a permit, for a plan. You guys aren't doing code cases for the most part. Contacts, anything that we do with, there's a thing called additional information. And the best way for me to describe additional information is, I go back to details. Additional information is anything that I need to know that's not included on this window you're looking at right now under details. So if I needed things like setbacks, I needed things like acreage, all those kind of things. If that was important and I could get it from my GIS team, we could create a additional info page that would show up here. Additional info will make a lot more sense to you once we get into permits and plans, okay? Linked records. If there is a code case or an inspection or a permit or a plan that's been, this parcel has been assigned to, then it's going to show up here. So you'll notice in this case, there is one code case, there are 4 inspections, there are 62 permits, and there are 38 plans associated with this particular parcel. And if I click on any of these, it will tell me exactly what they are. It'll give me in this case, the inspection number or the case number, as I will refer to it. I can modify the view here by exposing a little bit more so I can see more by sliding my columns and opening them up. And again, I have to now use my scroll bar across the bottom to get there. Same thing for permits. It's going to show me the permit number. It's going to give me the permit type. Okay, it's going to show me everything about each of these. So when you are looking for information that has been linked back to a record, and we'll talk about linking things as we go through this. If I was looking at permits right now and I was in the permits and I wanted to see all the linked records back to this particular parcel, it's going to show me the same thing. So think of it as this. I'm at the very, and think of an umbrella. How's this? I'm looking at an umbrella. I've got it opened up. Not inside, I'm outside. And at the very top, that little point that you got is going to be my parcel. And as my view comes down, I hit the umbrella part, and I start looking at it, and it's going to go out and it's going to overlay. Maybe I've got, 6 splines coming down my umbrella. Maybe I've got 4 splines coming down my umbrella. This depends on what kind of umbrella I got. So those splines would be code cases, inspections, permits, and plans. Underneath each one of those, if you were to look at, let's say, for example, everybody, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with organizational charts. If you look at an org chart, it'll have someone's going to be at the very top. They always are. And then you might have 2 or 3 people underneath that, and that might split out and become, 2 or 3 other things, and then that splits out and comes 4 or 5 more other things, whatever. But that's exactly the same thinking and logic here. I've got a parcel. I'm at the very top of the pile, and I'm looking down through everything here. I'm seeing it all. If I came in at a permit level or an inspection level, then I'm coming in at a lower level. I'm not going to be able to look up. I can always look down. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
I do have a question on that. So if you come in at an inspection level or a permit level, you won't be able to see higher up, like the plan level, because that's where everything starts. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, well, yes, you can. You'll have to go back to the parcel level if you want to go back all the way. You go to the parcel level and you'll see everything. If you want to just look at what's underneath that inspection, for example, that's what's going to show there. But if I want to go back, I go back to this parcel manager. It shows me everything.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, it's all going to be there. It's just how deep do you want to go? Questions on linked records at this point? Because we're gonna hit on this again as we start walking through our processes for sure. I know. If, for example, though, I did want to go look at something that's here, you'll notice that any place I go in that first column, I'm hyperlinked. When I say hyperlinked, it means I can click on this. It's going to take me to that, in this case, that permit. Okay. If I also don't want to click on that, I can always go over to the far right-hand side, and there's a launch icon here. If I click on the launch icon, it will take me into that permit. So there's permit 00023. If I go back here, there's the same thing. I could have clicked here, or I can click here. It's just a matter of preference, which way you want to go. You'll also notice that it opened up a new tab. Okay, so if I came down here and I clicked on this one, I now have a new tab opening up. And it's brought me to this particular permit, which is this one. I didn't have to click over here. I just clicked on the link. Now I have a new tab opened up. So I can open up, if I really wanted to, I was really wanted to go and run through the whole mill, I could go down through and click on every one of these, and I have all those tabs up here showing up. Now, how does that impact things inside? Well, given the fact that you folks are hosting your own site, I don't know what your pipeline is like. When I say pipeline, I don't know what your network is like. Someone from IT would probably, if 49 people opened up 60 different things, I don't know how they would react to it if it started to choke it and do that. So those are things you need to be cognizant of, is that every time you open up one of these, I mean, you're on the internet, if you're in the office, you might be, and there's other people in there trying to do work. You could, and I'm not saying in your case you are, but you could conceivably slow down the progress of people opening up browsers and opening up things inside. Just throwing that out there. In today's day and age, that's probably not so much of an issue, but I know in the past, and I know that depending on some of the customers that I've dealt with, they didn't have a super fast highway they were running on internally. So it did cause a problem when, you know, people started opening up this, that, or the other thing. Just keep that in mind. All right. Linked records, any questions on those? Any other ones? All right, moving down the line then, we have holds. So what is a hold? Well, again, a hold is something that could stop activity. It doesn't matter what it is. It depends on where it's loaded, okay, and where you plug it in. Or it could be just something that says, hey, by the way, I'm waiting for this. It could be what we call a soft hold. Customers responding back with this. We can still continue to move forward. So that's a soft hold. A hard hold means work stops completely. You can apply holds at the parcel level, at the contact level, at the permit level, at the plan level. Just depends on where you're at. You can apply a hold. So who can apply a hold? Anybody that has the ability to edit can apply a hold simply by clicking on add hold. So if you don't know what the name of the hold is, you can always come in here and click on the line like I did. And in this case, we've got two holds that show up here. One is for property hold, the other is for code case. If I choose property hold, it automatically says we have a stop action and alert. What's that mean? That means that once I go ahead and add this hold, anybody comes in, if they come in to add a permit, apply for a permit, maybe they are going to apply for an inspection, whatever it might be, because I'm at the very top of that umbrella, remember, it's going to trickle down through anything being done on this particular parcel. So I can't change this. It's locked. In comments, if you are going to apply a hold, you really need to do due diligence and put in the reason why you're putting this on here. Okay? I'm just going to put that in there because I know it's me doing it. If at this point I don't want to put an active on this, I can say it's not going to be active. I could do that, but we're putting a hold on, so why you want to do that? That's beyond me, but I'm going to click add. The minute I did that on mine, and hopefully y'all are using different addresses besides the city hall. You notice it pops up, and this is what shows up in my banner bar up here. It says active hold. And if I were to click on this, it would show me that this is the hold. I'm going to go ahead and click on save.
While it's saving, I just wanted to, Bruce, while it's saving, I just want to underline a point that you just made right there. This is intended to be a hands-on class, so if you can, please try to follow along with Bruce at home. In your own.
Please don't pick my address either. Yeah, use another address. If you live in the city, use your own address. If you don't live in the city, pick on your name, pick on your coworker's address. I think whatever. But I'm going to use City Hall, so I would appreciate it if everybody stays off of 501. Okay, it'll help me. But I will tell you this: if someone else comes in and starts to do things on where I'm working, it's going to let me know. And I should have probably not said anything because it will show up here that someone else has modified this record. Just so you know, but we might see that before we're done. All right, so I've saved it. If I close out of this right now, and I go and I say I'm going to jump out of here, and I'm going to go to, oh gosh, let's do a, let's just do manage permits. I'm going to go look at something else and then come back to that window. And I'm going to close this just so we're smart on that. I'm going to close that tab, get rid of it. I'm going to go look at, and I'm just doing this to get out of this so I can come back and look at it. So I'm over here looking at this. Someone comes in and says, hey, I want to go look at this parcel. So I'm going to type in search address. Guess where I'm going? I'm going back to where I started. The minute I click on this, guess what is showing up here? There's my active holds. I can drill down, okay? Tells me who put the hold on, when they put it on. I can click view holds here, or I can click holds down here. It doesn't matter. It's going to take me to that no matter what it is. So you are alerted when there is an active hold. So I'm at the parcel level. Remember, I'm at the very top of the pile. This trickles down. Means right now what it's saying to you all is that, hey, we can't do a permit on this property. We can't do a plan on this property. We're everything's locked up, okay? Because there's a reason why, because, and this is what it would read, other than BK training test. But I can also come in here and I can change the severity if I have the rights to edit, which I must have. So I can change it to low, which means that, you know what, it's a low priority. Maybe it's not going to stop me from moving forward. Because again, as I said, maybe if I have a hold built into the system in the back office, which hasn't been done by the looks of it, or maybe it's there, it's just not applied to parcels. Maybe it's that, we're waiting on, the homeowner to supply us with whatever, or maybe the parcel owner to supply us with whatever. But yet we can still keep moving forward doing what we need to do. Okay. Over here under, well, that's the other opportunities. Underneath this is an overflow. So if I want to edit my hold, I put it down there. I want to edit. I need to make some change to it. Okay.
Hey, can I ask you a question before you click OK, Bruce? So
yeah, well, let me go back.
So,
sorry.
Okay. So actually, it was okay where you're at. So while
I'm sorry.
following your invitation, you kind of said I wanted to see what would happen if two people were doing it. I went in and edited the comment and added a timestamp from my edit, but I didn't, and I saved it, but I didn't see it when you clicked on edit.
So you went in here. I haven't refreshed. Let me refresh and see what happens. I should have been able to see that you did you made notes on here. There you go. Nope. Not showing up. I thought it was.
Oh, you know what?
So
I haven't clicked the save. I see. I have to click on the save up above, in addition to not just the edit, but the save. Then, right?
Yeah. When you are doing work inside of here, let me just real quickly here. Let me just throw this in here.
I just saved it. If you refresh it, probably should show up.
Okay.
I didn't realize there was a second save button.
Yeah, there is, and that's why I normally I jump in there and talk about this. Still not showing up.
There it is. Wow, I could have easily thought that I had made my change, but I didn't.
I'm not seeing it.
I can see it on your screen. KB edited 1026. KB is me.
Oh, there you are. Okay. So what Kurt's talking about is if I go in here, I make an edit. And click on update.
That's what I missed.
Up here, you're going to see all of a sudden now I've got a save button. Just because I clicked on update inside of where I was at that window, it does not save this. If you were to close out of everything right now, it would prompt you with that. You still have something that's open. Hopefully you realize that, you go back in, and when you click on save, it'll save the edit that I just made. So that's one thing I need to bring up, and I'll bring it up again throughout the 4 days. If you're following along, looking at my screen right now, I'm going to do it one more time. If I would type in there so I could do that.
So I have a quick question.
Whenever you see that blue box come up in that bar, it says save.
Hello?
I highly recommend you click on the save. I don't care if you still have more things to do that you're doing. And here's why I say that to y'all. You got to remember a couple things. One, you're on an internet connection. Guess what? Stuff happens. Two, if let's say you're working remotely like y'all are now, the power goes out. Stuff happens. Okay? Unlike Microsoft, if you're in a Word document or you're in a Excel worksheet, you're doing things and you lose connectivity or you lose power or whatever, and it's set up correctly, hopefully, you should automatically have automatic save put in. So it will give you the option to go back and look at what you were looking at. In this case, our software does not do that. So if I was in here and I was creating something from a permit and I've gone through 5 out of the 7 steps and all of a sudden the power goes off, or I was in doing a modification, putting in a table, putting in something, and I didn't save it, creating custom fields or whatever I might be doing, power goes off, I've lost all my work because it wasn't saved. So, like I said, you'll hear me say it often, less is more. Guess what? Save and save often. Whenever you have a chance, save it. I could tell you, or
you might have a question from somebody. I heard somebody's voice.
I'm sorry.
You might have a question from somebody. I think I heard somebody speaking up.
Can you hear me, Kurt?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. I had a question earlier, but I don't think my mic was on. Is this a demo mode where the changes we put won't get saved kind of a thing? Like, as we're putting holds on properties right now, do these go away or we have to delete those later? How does that work?
Good question. Everything we do in here will be wiped out before you go live.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Well, yeah. Well, let me back that up. Everything. I mean, anything. If someone in the back office builds things, that's one thing. But what we're doing now for this part of it, no, this will be cleaned up. You've raised a good question. Like, oh, all of a sudden now this, you know, I've got a property hold on City Hall, which maybe is a good thing. I don't know. Just depending. All right, but that's a good question. Thank you for that.
Okay, and that's to clarify what the changes everybody's doing, right? Not just yours?
Exactly. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all logged into the production site right now. When I say production, you're not live. Before we go live, we run a database refresh, and all the things that have been worked on are in another database. They'll all be dropped into here, and when we do that refresh, it just wipes out all the fun and games that we're doing.
So just to underline that point real quick, Nellie and Bruce, it's not possible for the team, the trainees here, to break anything at this point. They can do as they wish, right?
They can break things, but we can always reverse it.
They're not going to break anything.
I have given them department administrator rights. They have the ability to add, edit, delete.
So
Okay.
I guess we'll need to rely on Nellie and Bruce to help us keep us within the lane lines then, right?
No, because you're the things that they're doing right now. Well, Nellie, let me ask you this: can they go in and create permit types and statuses and things like that?
I believe they can, but they don't know how to get there. So as long as they don't try to skip ahead, we should be fine.
So don't do anything
Okay.
more than what Bruce is showing us, right?
Yeah. We're dealing with so let's clarify this so everybody understands why they're here. We're addressing the user components. We're not even going to talk about back office. Am I correct?
Correct. We're just going to be creating permits and plans and doing reviews and inspections.
So what that means to everybody that's not this is new to them. All you were doing here is that we're showing you how to walk through a day-to-day process or a week-to-week process or whatever it might be. We're not showing you how to go in and create like property hold. I'm not going to show you how to go in there and learn how to do that, create that. I'm going to show you how to go and use things that are already built in the back office, and those are the things that you should be using. Okay? Nellie is the person I guess, and now I don't mean to throw you under the bus, Nellie, but I don't know if anybody else as well, but Nellie is the one you want to talk to about if something is not there or you need something changed. I think Nellie for now is the person, but again, Nellie can correct me on that if she needs to.
Yes, I am the person, and if I can't do it, then I'll talk to Jason, or it will be on the backlog of things that will be done after go live.
Okay. So everybody got that? Now you call Nellie. She will give you her home number, her cell phone number, everything. Just kidding, Nellie.
I
All right.
only answer calls from phone numbers I recognize.
Well, in today's day and age, that might not be very many, right? All right. So that's what a hold is. So what happens now is that, okay, I've logged in here. Somebody came in, so they want to get a permit for this particular property. It's telling me there's a hold. And it's telling me that, whatever the reason might be is going to show up here. All right. If whatever that reason might be has been satisfied, okay, I then, if I have the rights to do so, can come in and I can delete that. The minute I do that, again, there's that blue button with the word save in it, and I will click on that, and I have released that hold. Whether it be a hard hold or a soft hold or whatever it might have been, I've released it. Who are the parcel contacts for this particular parcel?
Bruce, real
Go
quick
ahead.
question: Why would someone delete a hold versus just in deactivating a hold and still have it? Can you deactivate a hold and still have it on the record that a hold once occurred?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yes, you are. You are correct. You are exactly correct there. I could have gone back in here when I was on that hold, and I could have, I could have said, okay, I want to maintain it. It's still maintained as history, but if you want to maintain it up front, you are right. You would just go in and inactivate it, and it still would show up as being a hold there, but it's inactive, so it doesn't hold down. It doesn't have the same ramifications that if it was active.
Thank
when
you.
you delete records, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Although the active toggle didn't seem to work. Is that just something that's not on right now?
Let me go back in there. Right, it's not turned on. It's not letting me inactivate it. So let me make a note of that.
I will too.
It might be, well, it shouldn't be the rights because I thought I had everything.
So does it allow you to add multiple holds, or do you have to keep using the same hold?
No, well, you just got me on that one because that's where I was going next. Give me 2 seconds to finish my note here.
Yeah, I think it does because I added 2 on the same one and it kept both.
Okay. So the question was about adding more holds. I'm going to go ahead and click on save first. If I want to add something, you will notice along the way in your lower right-hand corner, there's going to be an orange circle with a plus sign. If I click on that orange circle with a plus sign, it brings me to a new pop-up window. And again, depending on what my options are made available to me, I can go in here. This one, because it was added off right now, I could at this point make it inactive, but I'm going to go ahead and add it. Okay. So for some reason, this is a hard hold. It's not letting me release it, but this one is. So that makes me want to add another note here. So hang on.
No, the code case one that you added is supposed to be a soft hold because it's just an FYI for the permit counter when they're taking in permits.
Oh, so it is working as designed.
Well, yeah, but why is there not a ability to release a hold on the property hold?
I don't know about the property hold, but definitely for the code case one, we intentionally set that up as a soft hold so that it would let us progress with taking in permits.
Okay, so it's in the back office. Then a property hold is that's okay. I got you now. Thank you.
Does that mean it's working as designed? Just for my notes.
Definitely for the code case portion, but I'm not sure why we have the inability to release the hold for the hard holds.
Yeah.
For the property.
Yeah, I mean it's working. So Kurt, to answer your question, if I was a developer, yeah, I tell you, yes, it's working as designed. But I don't know why it's not giving me the ability to release the hold on the property, which it should.
Bruce, I have a question. You're talking about the right property hold, right? The one that's on the right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if you did the little 3 dots and then hit delete? Is that
Well,
the
we
same
did
function?
that deletes
That
it,
isn't-
but it should. If there was a reason for me to inactivate it, is what Kurt brought up earlier.
Gotcha. That's where I was confused.
We
Okay.
lose the history. We lose the history.
That's
Kind
good.
of.
Yeah. See how I just inactivated that one, not showing it down here. There should be a way to.
So,
You should. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be able to. Again, I don't know why it was set up that way. That's something that I've made a note for. Because if you have to inactivate it, you don't want to delete it. That should be a potential. So it's a hard hold. You should be able to inactivate it. All right. Parcel contacts. So again, pulling in from your GIS database, if there were contacts that were provided to us through there, they would show up. If not, you could go in. I'm going to come back and talk about contacts as we move forward. Files. A file is something that you're going to upload and attach to, in this case, a parcel. It could be a permit. It could be a plan. It could be whatever. So you're going to click on choose a file to add. You can browse out on your system that you're working from. You can grab a single item, or you can grab multiple items. Doesn't matter. And you can click on open and upload. You can upload to your site. Since you guys are hosting your own, I'm not sure what your limitations might be. It should be anything that's a PDF, a JPEG, a Word doc, Excel spreadsheet, obviously nothing that's executable. I won't allow for that. Hopefully you guys don't have that turned on for that. If someone has a video and you have that ability, you have it turned on for that, that would be able to be uploaded. My caution to y'all here is, I don't know how much space you got on your server, so you should be cognizant of how much stuff you're uploading. Again, that's an IT thing on your side. You know, they might say, go for it, do whatever you want. Other than they might say, no, you've only got like 2 gigabytes for you to do this too. Okay, something you guys either you know or you should check on or whatever you've got set up in the back. In my columns here, I've got the file names. Obviously, they're all there. They're ready to go. I have a thing called category group. What does that mean? Well, it doesn't tell me a lot right there. So if I click on the first one and I just click on the line any place and I click on it, it's going to give me another opportunity to make a change here to say available online. If I do that and I select that, now what that means is that that document that I just selected will be available online if the external user has an account, and if you want them to see that document and then make it available to them, that's how you would turn that on. Otherwise, you would have to email them or print it out and give it to them if they're standing at the front counter. But making it available online means now that in this case, for whoever my contacts are for this particular parcel, and they have an account, they would be able to see this document.
Bruce, is it worthwhile to just take a second just to state what I hopefully is obvious for everybody, just to make sure everybody's aware? We are installing the CSS portal, which will allow residents in the community to have an account, to interact with the city via that portal. And that's what you're referring to right here, right? Where they have that static, they've created an account in CSS, right? And it's linked.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure everybody, that was the clear point to everybody. Thank you.
And my goal is that we'll probably, I don't know if we'll get to it before lunch, but after lunch, everybody's going to create, if they haven't got one, they're going to create one. But I want people to take a look at that so that we can start working from the outside in as well. But yes, what Kurt referring to is that the city is going to make available to your customers the ability to apply for a permit, apply for whatever you make available to them online. And I don't know if you all are going to have a kiosk inside of the lobby in your building, whatever, but it doesn't matter. If they want to be able to apply for, let's just say I'm going to build a new house. And you're going to allow that to happen over the internet, then they're going to go into CSS, the customer self-service portal, and they're going to be able to go through the steps. And we're going to do that just so you know how it works and apply for it. So that's what this available online means. If I close this, what that means now is that none of these documents are going to be external. They're all internal and no one on the outside can see them. Nope. If I want to put a note about this particular item, I'm going to click on the pencil and I'm going to either copy and paste or I'm going to type in my notes. If I don't need this particular one, I can click on the garbage can and away it goes. It deletes it. So I'm just going to go ahead and attach these for now. Okay, there they all are. If I want to go back and make a change, I can go in and click on the pencil. If I want more information about it, I click on the information button. It gives me when it was added, who did it, and the name of it. Doesn't give me, obviously, not a lot there to give. I can close out of that. And then again, there's my garbage can. I can eliminate things. If I want to add more files, there's a plus sign right up here. I click on the plus sign, and we're right back to adding more. All right. And again, there's my blue button with the save word, and now I'm going to click on it because I don't want to lose anything. Questions on files?
Bruce, I just have a question regarding attachments in general, because I think the way we've been thinking or doing it is all the attachments associated with the permit or plan are attached to the permit or plan itself, not to the parcel manager. So I'm not sure. I guess it's just the way the city uses this. Would this be more like general things we would want to attach to the parcel, or is it just up to the city how we actually use it?
So Veronica, that's a good question. We're at the parcel level, so maybe there's something for some reason I need to put on the parcel level, and maybe it also applies to the permit level or a plan level. When we get to those, you can do the same thing. There's going to be an option in that menu bar that says files, and you can attach whatever you want to it. Just as if I am using CSS coming from the outside in, and you require me to provide you with site plans, then I would also attach those. They would show up for e-review. Okay, so just depending on what you want to put in here. For example, maybe there's a letter that you want to attach to the parcel that has nothing to do with the permit or a plan that might be coming forward or being, submitted later. But just so you know, so it's always going to be there. So if someone goes back again, I'm at the permit level and I'm putting in a permit. If I want to go back and see something about that file that was attached to the parcel, it's available to me. Okay.
Okay, got it.
It just depends on what you do as a business process. Okay?
Right.
That's all it is.
Okay.
It's a good question. Thank you. All right. Conditions. Conditions are things that are built into a library. When I say that library, what I mean is that if the city has provided us with conditions for whatever it might be in order to get things done, then they have been implemented and put into the back office under in a library in the database. So a condition could be something like, and I'm just going to click on search to see if there's anything in there. Okay, so you have put them in there. So these are all the conditions that apply to on this basis. So whether it be a parcel or whether it be a permit or whether it be probably a plan, maybe in some of these. Okay, balloon releases are not permitted. These are conditions. These are things that need to be met. So if there was one for the parcel level, which usually I really haven't seen too many that do that. There are some though that might be in there. Then you would come through here. You would type in the name of it. Okay, if you knew what that condition name was or what the category might be, you would type it in there and you would come up to it, and then you would go ahead and you would apply it here. And again, click save. So now it's a condition that needs to be met for this particular parcel. If it's a permit, then it would be applied to the permit. If it's a plan, it's applied to the plan. Okay?
Bruce, are conditions a type of object where we'll have to contact our systems administrator, Nalita, to add new conditions, or is it something that the team can do themselves?
Well, I guess that falls back over on Nellie. I hate to throw her into that, but
That sounds like an administrator thing.
yeah. I mean, yeah. If you need more, then you're gonna. If Nellie, if you have, I guess if you're the bus driver, then that's something that you would have to put in there and add them to them.
I think each department is going to have their standard conditions that we typically put on projects.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Say that again.
I think each department will have their own standard conditions for typical projects that will be in the library.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. But again, it's a library. So when you go to the library, guess what? You got all those books, and you've got to go look by that. But if you go back in, as I said, here, if you know the condition name or a brief description or category, again, less is more. When you type it in there, you can go in and you can go search through all that. So again, if you look right now, we've got categories that have been set up. So if it's something that pertains to planning, I've got 19 that show up. That help? So if there's something that's missing from here, that's an internal discussion for y'all to have with Nellie and company. And they can get put in.
Yeah, the conditions you pulled up right now are specific to a plan type.
Yes.
Yeah, so they would come up here at the parcel manager level as well, it sounds like.
Right. So I mean, if I went in, you can see right looking at my list right now. If you're looking at my screen, I went in to add the conditions and I click on there's all categories. There's a filter.
Mm-hmm.
So I can filter down through, let's say, tire or fire. Tire. Holy cow. All right. So there's the things that pertain to fire. If I made a mistake, it wasn't fire, it was supposed to be planning, then I click on planning. There they are. So if something's missing, there's a category that's missing that you need to have added, then that's an internal discussion. You guys figure it out and they can get uploaded and they get put into the library, and maybe it's a new category that shows up here, but that's what's available right now. There are 37.
Yeah, Chandra, to answer your question, we didn't add any standard conditions for projects in here. I don't even, well, like he said, this will be a discussion we're going to have outside of this, but yeah, there aren't any in here right now.
All right, we good? All right, we're almost done with parcel manager. Assessor information. Again, this is being fed to us from y'all, so that this is what we were given by your GIS. We can't make changes to any of this. This is all grayed out, locked up, so I can't do anything there. Any other information, again, if there's something that you folks needed to get from your GIS, it could be dropped into here. Again, it needs to be supplied to us. Okay. And I'm going to go back up here just real quick. I'm going to details. There is a search here. If I want to search again for another address, another parcel, I can do so. I have an envelope here. Excuse me. If I wanted to email this information, I could do so if it was set up for me to do that. I'm not going to blow this up. And then the other one is if I want to go in, I'm already here, but if I want to click the launcher and go back to that, obviously, guess what? It's going to want me to go into Internet Explorer. We don't want to do that. So I'm going to go back one more time to, where was I here? And I'm going to go all the way back down now on my left-hand side. And I'm still in Chrome, and I'm going to click on that last menu item called History. History is, as they say, Big Brother. Everything that I have done, if you look at my date and time stamp right now, it's 4/19 at 10:59 on my clock, but the last time I did a save was at 10:50. It's going to show me everything And there's Kurt's been in there, Mark's been in there. So everything you've done to this particular record is duly noted in the system. Now, if I started to create something or I started to modify something and I didn't click save, then it's not going to save the history because it wasn't saved historically. But this is historical data. So I know that someone went in and did something in here. In this case, there was no one before after. Now, obviously adding attachments, but if you look down here, so it shows all the things that Kurt and I did earlier, changing things from A to Z, whatever it was. So Big Brother is there. If someone makes a change to something, it's recorded, and you'll be able to go in and ask that individual why they did it if you're in a managerial position, or if someone comes to you and says, why did you make that change? You go, what are you talking about? And they'll go pull that up, and there's the history, and you can see it. Can't delete it. It's there. It's permanent. Up in that top blue banner bar, while we're here on this one, I want to point out two things that are changed that you didn't see earlier. First off is a language indicator. So you have the ability to change this from English to Spanish. Now, I will forewarn you, this is not a top of the line translator. So you need to be cognizant that what you might have in here and you go to translate might not really come out the way you want it to. So
Hey,
be
Bruce,
very careful with
does that exist in CSS too?
in CSS.
Yes.
Um,
We've got a large Spanish-speaking population in Southern California, of course, and that'd be interesting if it does.
Yeah, that's where it would be helpful.
You know what? You caught me on that one. I can't answer that, but we're going to find out.
I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Huh?
No one's ever asked me that before, because I figured that because you're on a internet browser of some type, we'll have to look at that. Let me make a note.
See, you get on the Ventura Highway, it takes you new places.
Can you select Spanish so we can see how that translates
Sure.
over just for the heck of it? Thank you.
So it's showing me up here, but inside it's not giving me, it's showing me that it's active, but it's not, like I said, it does not go very deep. It's not a really good, in this build, and I don't know, just so you know, I don't know what the course of action is for going forward with this. I certainly hope that they're looking into making this, a much more viable tool, but we will find out.
Busquita is search.
I'm sorry?
Busquita, is that search on the top there, next to the parcel manager?
Chandra, you're very faint. Can you speak up a little bit?
He wanted to know if Busquita, where it says parcel manager in the search bar, he said that he was asking.
I have no idea what, I have no clue as to what, I'm guessing that right now that's Omni search, and that's what's coming back is being called that. I don't know. I have no clue as to the language things here. That says parcel manager there. If I switch it back over, let me go back over to here. Yeah. So
So-
that's what it says, back in search.
Excuse me, so the búsqueda, that's just saying search in Spanish.
Thank you. I am not bilingual.
By the way, I just checked in CSS and I don't see any language option there.
Thank you.
I checked CSS admin and we only have English available. Spanish is not an option.
Enhancement request.
There you go. And again, I don't know. Well, these are some good questions. I don't know. When you, because I apologize. I only speak. I'm English, so I don't know. I've never looked to see. There obviously is a Spanish version or multilingual versions of browsers. I don't know what happens from that aspect if I'm logged in Spanish, for example, into Chrome. So everything I see is all in Spanish, and I use the URL to get to your homepage for CSS. What goes on from there?
But I do apologize. I didn't want to lead us down too much of a rabbit hole and take you away from what you were doing, though. Sorry.
You're going down the Ventura Highway, aren't you?
That's right. Yeah, I want to make sure you cover what you want to cover. Sorry, it's interesting.
No, you're good. No, no, you raised. I've never, and I apologize, folks. I no one's ever brought that up, but now you got me thinking, and I'm like, inquiring minds want to know. So I made a note. I want to see what happens for that. Okay, so let's go back before we got sidetracked a little bit, which is okay. So the other thing that's up there, remember the link that I gave you? I haven't given it to you yet. I'm going to send it to you. Well, here it is again. It's right there in the question mark. Okay. So if I want to go to help, I can go to help. If I want to go to Tyler Community and say, why doesn't your software convert completely to Spanish? You can do that, or you can go look for that inside the community. There's Tyler University. If you have the ability to go to our university and take classes, you can do that. So here's my view, and looking at, if someone says to you, I need a picture of what you're seeing, you can click on my view and do that. Tyler Support, pretty straightforward. Says, hey, I need to get a hold of Tyler Support. And then about is going to be about the version that we're dealing with. Any questions on Parcel Manager?
I do have a question on the Tyler Support. Is that live chats?
No.
When you click on that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's not. No. No. Believe me.
That would
No.
be so sweet.
Yeah, well, it would be, but I can tell you right now that with thousands of customers and people being on there's a lot. Those folks, I gotta give them credit. I actually at one point sat in for a day on Tyler Support, and I went through it with them, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, the things that come at you are fast and furious, and there's just so many people are contacting them for this, that, or the other thing, and you're trying to, you have to take a look at what can I just get rid of real quick, and bang, 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 what else is going to take a lot more involvement. And so I mean, those folks really, really earn their money. They do a lot of work, and I wish we could hire about 200 more of them. But then again, all those 200 people, if I just hired them, they'd all have to go through extensive training to learn the software. All right, so let's go get out of Parcel Manager. What was the other thing I was going to talk to you about here for now is going to be Let's go to Maps. Let's go to Maps. Everybody click on, if you're still in Google Chrome, go to Maps. You should have a window pop up that has 4 things in front of you. Should have Explore, Create Mailing, Print Map, and Enterprise Server Viewer. All right. Anybody not got that? Okay. I'm going to start at the very lower right-hand corner with the Enterprise Server Viewer to get that out of the way. Go ahead and click on that. You should come back with my plugin is not supported. Reason for that is because that is the old Silverlight version. So what I want you to do is I want you to go over to Internet Explorer . Go to Maps over there and bring up the same window. And it might take a little bit to reload, but when it refreshes, it comes back in. You should see the same 4 cards that we saw earlier. And in Internet Explorer, please go down to the bottom right-hand corner and click on Enterprise Server Viewer. Anybody's going anyplace? Mine's not moving anywhere.
No, mine's not moving anywhere either.
Okay.
Yeah, mine opened up in another tab.
Yes. So yeah, it should be on your first EnerGov tab if you have several tabs open in IE.
Got it.
So it looks like I'm the odd man out here because mine's not opening up. Let me try this one more time. Let me close up some of the other stuff I got going on here.
It opened up with a city map with parcels.
Let's see if this works for me. If it doesn't, I might want to borrow somebody's screen. Talk about this. One more time. All right. When somebody clicked on Enterprise Server Viewer, did you get a map?
Again, as Nelly said, it goes back to the first tab. Is that right, Nelly? I see a map of the city.
Yeah, it's the EnerGov GIS.
Yeah, mine is showing.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Kirk, guess what? I want to just make you the presenter here real quick for a minute, okay? If you don't mind.
No problem.
Which one are you? I got you in here twice.
You got me in here twice.
You're in there twice.
I'm the gosh, I don't know, the one talking. I don't know. I don't know how to
Try
distinguish
it.
it.
Let's see.
It's a 50-50 chance.
Sent you a pop-up, so let's see.
Here we go. It's coming your way.
Okay. I want to address this real quick.
Sorry, I'll move this out of the way. There you go. My notes.
Nope, you're good. All right. So the map that if you if you were successful, unlike me, obviously shows the city. The reason that square, well, I'm going to call it a card because that's what we actually call them. They're cards, and another terminology you're going to hear me use a lot. It's called a card. That card is going to go away with 2021. Reason being is because right now it's relying upon Silverlight to go in there. And the reason we still have it in play is there are two functions that in your version of 2020.1 have not been moved over yet. Those two functions are, if you're looking at your screen or Kurt's screen, there is a globe in the middle of that bar, that window up there that has show heat map. That function can be used in Silverlight, and it will be moved over to HTML. What that does is someone says, I want to see all of the residential building additions for the city. You can create a heat map based upon that kind of criteria, and it will then populate on the map and show you where they are. A lot of times that gets used a lot for like code cases to show, where do we have a high impact of things going on where we're having, code enforcement go out and deal with things. But again, you can use it for building, you can use it for planning. It's the heat map means this is where things are being done based upon the priorities that you give it and the search criteria that you ask for. So that's going to be moved over. The other thing that's on here is that there is a thing called measure. So where some customers have used this is that if they drill down into their map and now they're almost at a street level and someone needs to measure the distance from the north side of the curb to the south side of the curb, there is a tool that you could draw a line and you would set up a measurement. I will tell you that in the old version that we're looking at right now, that tool was not very accurate. I'm hoping, and I still haven't seen it in the 2021 version, if it's going to be really super accurate and say, no, I say super accurate, it's going to be a lot better so that if I know that my street width is 14 feet and I go to measure it, I'm hoping that it comes in at 13.5, 13.9, 14.2 versus what it might have been. So Kurt's playing around with that. So Kurt, when you got to the end of your thing, you should double click, which we're going to learn here in a little bit. So it's saying that is 56 feet across. I don't know whether it is or not. Someone would have to know what that measurement is for that to be sure. My point here is that if you're going to use these, think about it, because it may or may not be true accuracy. Is that really 96 feet across? I don't know. We're not going to fine tune these in Silverlight. I'm hoping that when we go to and move it into HTML, that they've improved upon that measurement, but that's just a heads up for y'all. Okay.
Oh, I see. Look at that. You can make a object.
Yeah, well, you're gonna learn it. Well, yeah, it's called a polygon. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. Okay. All right. So Kurt, I am going to release you from active duty.
All right.
Go back to mine. Thank you for your assistance.
I'm happy to help.
All right. So
You forget. I
I'm gonna get
wanted
out
to
of
ask you. You used the word card. So is a card? You said it's going away. Are cards specifically the thing that we were looking at that had the map?
Okay. Very good. That's where I was going to lead to, because I haven't talked about it very much. If you're all looking at my screen right now, you can see I've got Explore, Create, Create Mailing, Print Map, and excuse me, Enterprise Server Viewer. Those are cards. Just as if I went back to, God, excuse me. Do this one, Manage Permits. You're looking at my screen. I just typed in Manage Permit in the search omnibar. When it brings me back to this, these things you see here that I'm hovering over on my screen are also cards. C-A-R-D-S. Okay. If I click on one of these, it just expands a little bit and does not really give me a lot of information, just gives me some. Same thing under the maps. If I click on one of these, well, in fact, we know that Enterprise Server Viewer is not going to work. But if I go over here to Explore and Create and click on that card, it's going to open up into a new window. So those are cards. And you're going to hear me talk about those again as we go through, especially when you're looking at things like Manage Permits, Manage Plans, or you're looking at search results in that category. Those are cards.
And Bruce, you said cards are going away. If so, what are they being replaced with?
No. Cards are not going away. Cards are now going to be HTML.
Oh, that's what. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No. The only thing that's going away is going to be that that card that I showed you for the Enterprise Server Viewer.
Okay, thank you.
And that's going away because Silverlight's going away. That's the only thing that if you, and the card that you clicked on and shared with us, that's the only thing that did was it went back to Silverlight and showed me that. That's all it did. It took me to Silverlight. I can't get to there. And again, if I go back to maps here, go back and click on this. When I click here, it takes me, this plugin is not supported because it's going to Silverlight. That card that I just clicked on, called Maps, is going away right here. I had a
and that's a
big
point
red
where
pen.
someone would need to switch to the other browser, right?
I'm sorry?
And that's an example of where users would switch to the other browser to pursue that.
Yeah,
right?
again, you know, so I guess I would throw this at you. If someone needs to go and they want to create a heat map for whatever reason between now and the time you go to 2021, yes. If there's no reason to go create a heat map, or there's no reason to go, draw across, which again I will caution you on the accuracy on that one, then no, don't bother to click on that bottom right hand card. Just put a big red X through it if you could. If I had a red highlighter and I would cross right across there, say do not use. Okay, don't need it. Going forward, under Explore and Create, it's going to be up there for a tool to be able to use. All right. I know we're kicking noontime here. Does anybody need to take a quick break, or are we good? Can we keep going till noon?
Is noon when we're breaking for lunch?
Lunch? What do you mean lunch? Come on.
You don't want to see me hangry.
Oh man. God, now we gotta have lunch. good Lord, it's like 2:30 my time. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, we're breaking at we might break before noon, you know, depending on how far we get here. This will probably bleed over into after lunch. But lunch, yes, lunch is scheduled from 12 o'clock to 1:30. Okay. Let's see if we can knock out probably a good 2 maybe cards of this as we move along, because I want everybody to play along at home, so to speak. So let's go ahead, and if you're in Google Chrome and you have clicked on the map app launcher and you've gotten to that window that I'm at, it has 4 cards in it. Let's go ahead and click on Explore and Create, and it should bring you to a map of your city. Everybody there?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're going to start at the top. On the left-hand side, you should have a view that has an icon that looks like 3 lines. That's what we call and refer to, and Google does too. It's called a hamburg menu. If you click on that hamburg menu, you will then open up a new window that shows layers. So you can turn on and turn off certain things. Again, remember, this is all based upon what we're being fed at Tyler by your GIS database. All right. So if I don't want to see the ocean, I uncheck the box. The ocean should go away.
Has a
when I
question.
refresh.
Nellie, will these lists be expanded upon when we go live with all the GIS information we currently have access to?
I was not provided any other GIS information, so I'll need to know what that is.
Okay.
All right. You'll notice that my ocean didn't go. It's not blue anymore. It's white. I want to see it again. I click on that. Close my window. Now my ocean's blue. Or, well, I guess it's blue, light blue, whatever you want to call it. All right, so that hamburger menu gives you the ability to turn on and turn off these layers that are there. And there are carrots that, depending on what's in those carrots, and it looks like nothing has a, there you go, that one does have the ability. So that carrot in here will let me turn on. Well, no, won't even let me do that. So if there are something that is in here, I can see what under the carrot, what's involved, and when the streets, when I turn off the streets, it's going to turn off all those layers. All right. This slide bar just zooms in and out. To get back to the rid of the layers, I can go back over here, and I'm back to this point. But I want to search for an address. Again, just like we did with when we were in Parcel Manager. Okay, we want to search for an address. Okay, I'm going to just type in my famous City Hall address. Hit my enter key, and it's going to drill down, and it's going to bring me to these 2 different locations because, again, it's looking for 501. Is that, you pronounce that Poli?
Poli.
I don't want to screw that up, so I had to ask. So Poli. Okay, so if this is the one I want, I can click on it. All right, and so now I know that I'm looking at that particular address. Over here to the right of my, if you're all following along, if you're on, please, if you're on a different address, that's fine. You should be able to click on whatever address you're at. There should be 2 icons. There's one that looks like a folded top corner piece of paper with a plus sign, and another one which is a circle with a letter I inside of it. Click on the letter I in icon. Now that I've done that, if you look at your screen, you should see a red indicator on your map showing you that's the point for that particular address we're at. So in my case, it's all the way almost above and beyond my banner bar. So I'm going to go ahead over to my map, and I'm going to left click on it, and I'm going to hold my mouse, and I'm going to drag my mouse down, and there's my point on my map. Anybody in this class, a GIS guru, anybody have a real good grasp of GIS, graphic geological information? Do they understand what I'm like talking about? Because if you are, you need to help me. If not, we're all on the same page.
We don't have anybody from our GIS team on this call.
Okay. All right. So when I refer to GIS, I apologize. I should have gone back and done this a lot earlier when we started talking about searching for things. There is a feature that allows us to be able to pull information from a database that you supply us that talks about parcels, talks about addresses, and when I typed in that particular address, it went and put a point on this map for me. It shows me on the map where it's at. So if I look to the left on my screen, and then hopefully on your screen you've got the same thing, under the layer info, it gives you more information, which is all stuff that's coming in from your GIS database that's telling me all about that particular address that I selected and I searched for. That's under layer info. There's another tab called recent activity. You remember when we were looking for a parcel manager, and I typed into there and I typed in the address, and when we got the summary page, there was a spot there that said recent activity, and it was blank. Same thing here. Just one more way to get to this information.
Bruce, the
If
recent
I want-
activity has never worked for us. I don't know if that's a setup issue.
All right, hang on. Let me put a note in here. When you, I mean, are you talking across the board or just on parcel?
Just anything related to the maps within EnerGov, because it does work in the CSS map, which is technically a different map.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay. So under Explore and Create, I still have that layer bar that pulled across. If I needed to at this point, let's say, for example, I want to launch and go deeper, I click on the launch application icon. It's going to take me into the maps, and guess where it takes me to? It takes me to Parcel Manager. So now you go like, well, how do I get back to where I was? Well, if you go up, and you should have a tab in your browser tabs on top that has maps. Click on the maps. I don't know how many tabs y'all got open. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got like 8 opened up, but I had one called maps. I just clicked on it. So to go back to where I was, if I go back over to, where was I? Bing, bing, bing. I lost it. It's my fault. Let me go back here, and I go back to here. There it is. Takes me back to Parcel Manager. Okay, let me close this one. So it's showing up by the parcel number right there. I go back to maps. Okay, I'm back to where I started from. If I wanted to create a permit, or a plan or a code case or whatever I might be doing. From this point right here, this particular point, in that blue bar that's under the layers, there is a white letterhead with a letterhead, whatever you want to call it, file with a plus sign on it. I click on that, it opens up a new create pop-up window. So what can I do here? Depending on what modules you are using, you can create a code case, a permit, a license, a plan, tax remittance. Okay, again, it just depends on what you are using for your modules, what you have turned on. So if I wanted to create a permit on this particular address at this point, all I gotta do is select permit, and it's gonna take me, and let me just show you, it's gonna take me to a new window where I can add a permit based upon that parcel information. So how does that all play out for somebody? Well, let's just say, for example, if I went back to my map and I zoomed out a little bit, let's just say that I wanted to make I was Public Works, and I wanted to create a permit that was going to install a brand new water line down Main Street from 120 Main Street to 500 Main Street. I would draw a line on the map. I could create a permit for that particular project that I was doing for Public Works. Just to give you a rough idea of what you can do there.
That's
The
impressive.
overflow.
Thanks for noting that, Bruce. That's pretty cool.
Mark, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was just saying thanks. That's an awesome feature.
Oh, okay. No, that's, yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's like in your community. If there are places there are no addresses yet but there's parcels or whatever, someone's going to do work there and you want to create a permit, you could draw a line, and create a permit based upon what's there, instead of someone making up a false address like 123 Nowhere Street, whatever you want to call it, which I know some communities have done in the past. So you can draw the line, and now it's going to be exactly from point A to point B, and there's my permit. And it will open up and show you, and we'll get into that when we drill down a little deeper. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. But it'll open up and show you all the properties that are on that permit. It won't just be a permit for one property. It'll show you all the properties that are going to be encompassed with that particular permit. All right, so the overflow, that's what those three things are. So I can change my layer look when I'm going in there. So you notice my layer says addresses. Maybe I don't want to buy addresses. Maybe I want to buy parcel. Maybe I want city limits. I can change that. So you have an overflow. These things, when you see the overflows like this, those three dots, or you see the hamburger menu like here, depending on where you're looking from, they will offer up different menus for you. So hence, I can't tell you that every time I click on a hamburger menu, it's going to show me this, because there's hamburger menus throughout our software. But you know that when you're here, it's going to show you the layers, okay? When you're here, the overflow is going to show you addresses, parcel, or owner. I want to search by a parcel. I want to search by the owner. You'll notice how this changed from when I was inside of here and I went to here. My overflow menu changes. And that's why I'm not telling you exactly what you're going to find every time you click on one of those. All right. Go back over to here. Again, there's that same piece of paper, I call it, with a folded over corner. When I click on it, I have the ability right now to go ahead and create a permit, code case, whatever I want to do. Over on the right-hand side, whoops, I shouldn't have clicked there. That's my bad. I'm sorry. If you get in here, you want to move around your map. Again, left click on it, you can drag things around. You notice my cursor went from a pointer to a hand, so I can move this around. If I want to zoom in or zoom out, I have the ability to use my cursor or my mouse roller, what do you want to call it, and it's letting me slide in and slide out. Hang on a second, I'm making a note here right now. All right. Any questions on Explore and Create as it stands right now?
Bruce, I have a question.
Sure.
So in the parcel manager, I had created a property hold for 309 Borchard, and that is a property hold that's active. And I was in this map and I created a permit for that address. And when it finished, it showed me that it has an active hold that's a property hold, but it let me create the permit. And I'm just wondering, is this a problem with our holds? This shouldn't have not let me create this permit?
All right, Melly, one more time, read that back to me again. Now that I know where you're going, read it back to me one more time.
So when we were in the parcel manager section, I had done a search by 309 Orchard. And I had created a property hold, which should not allow you to do anything, if I read that configuration correctly. When I was in this Explore and Create Maps view, I did a search by 309 Orchard, and I clicked the link to create a permit based on that address. And I was able to create that permit even though it was on a property hold. And I'm just wondering if it was supposed to let me do that.
So let's do this then. Let's walk through that, because I want to really see what so you're going 309.
Yep, space BORCHARD.
I probably, is there a lot of them?
I'm guessing yes.
Of them. Okay. Boy, you got to cut back on 309. 309, what is it again? I'm sorry.
BORCHARD.
AR.
D as in dog. So as you can see here, there's nothing to indicate that there's a hold on this property.
I do believe it will let you walk through.
I just put in the chat the specific permit number that I created. And after I complete the permit request, it does show me at the top of the screen that there is an active hold. So
okay.
It tells me that
Yeah.
after, it just doesn't tell me before I create it.
So yeah. So here's what's playing out is you are able to go in, and you haven't really done anything until you click finish. That's when it will pop up. It will not let you go beyond that. So in other words, you created a permit for this particular property, but there's a hold on it saying that's it. You can't do anything more.
Oh,
so
you're saying if I go into the workflow, it shouldn't let me?
Let's. Do you mind sharing your screen?
Sure.
Let me find you. Where are you? Oh. There you are. Nelly, make presenter. You should have
Let
got
me
a
know when
pop
you
up.
can see it.
Let me get my screen readjusted here. So, okay, so you're in there. You've got an active hold. Let's go to your workflow.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's preventing me from doing anything.
Nope, it's not. Let me make a note.
Well, this is interesting. Have you been following what I just did on the screen?
Well, I was looking at another screen. What did you click on to get that pop up there?
So you saw me do the first step, the issue permit, which was just a checkbox that I clicked on.
Yep.
When I went down to trade permits, there are 4 here. And the very
Okay.
bottom one that says PEM permit, when I click on that little red triangle, this
Yep.
came up. So I'm guessing that that last, where it says BLD PEM permit, that must actually create the PEM case. So that's your like electrical, plumbing, and mechanical permit. So it lets me create the top case, but not the permit case that's beneath it, which seems a little odd to me.
Yeah. So click OK to that. Let me now we're getting into business process here. That's okay. Here's my question to you. And I believe in my testing when I was going through these things is you can't issue permit without fees being paid, correct?
Ours, it does let us.
Oh, okay. I thought there was something that popped up that it wouldn't let me.
I think that's the best business practice that we have to discuss. But if it's set up to let the fees pay, and then I just noticed too, Nelly, that these trade permit fees or permits shouldn't be listed like that. It should just be the PEM permit that should be listed.
Yeah, I think this was part of that thing that we were discussing with Jason about a week or 2 ago, where we were looking at these. And it looks like when they got their spreadsheet, they built no, that's what those first 3 are. And that bottom one is actually where you would create a case. So he just hasn't cleaned it up after that discussion we had.
So currently you cannot issue, or you can, never mind, we'll talk about that in a different group.
All right. So here's what I'm assuming is that there's an issue with holds, and I think I'm going to make a note of it. I know that they're probably looking into it already, but let me just track it down, okay, and see what's going on with that rate. But yeah, and then obviously there's a business process there that y'all need to go through, but we'll dig into that deeper.
So Bruce, keep in mind, given that we're on
Sorry.
prem, they may not be tracking it. That might be only an enterprise, right? So this might be new, unless it's a known issue.
I'm sorry, say again.
Oh, I'm just was pointing out that we're on prem and not enterprise. I mean, not in the cloud. So this might, unless it's a known issue, it might be not something they're aware of on our system.
All right. Well, I'll like I said, I'll track it down. I made a note to look into it. I just so y'all know, I have to file. Well, I don't have to. I do every day. I put together a report for the project manager of things that we discussed and anything that came up and anything that I'm concerned about goes in there. So all these things are going to go in there. But again, going back to what I started to say was that this is obviously when we get into, you know, working with permits and building permits and going through that whole exercise, you know, where you see the things like this, that the you know, the permits are, you know, what should be or shouldn't be there, you know, those are things that can be addressed, you know, between you amongst yourselves. So, all right. You know what? I'm going to take the screen back over real quick here.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out to me.
I did it for selfish reasons. It will affect me in the future.
One last thing on Explore Create. So everybody goes, well, do I just click the back arrow, go click back and go back that way? Well, is the answer. No, not going to work that way for you. You want to go back to where we started with the 4 cards that I was showing you. Come up here to your blue banner bar, click on Explore and Create. It's going to bring you back to that banner bar and back to those 4 cards. And it also brings us to lunchtime. So let's do this. Let's all agree to come back at 1:30, and we will finish up with our maps here, and then we can start delving into the actual screens for permits and plans, and start drilling down and get into those and keep moving forward. So anybody got anything for me before we take a break for lunch? Anybody
Bruce,
not want to take a lunch?
Let me just give the group a chance to ask, and then I do have something I want to ask. Let's see if there's anything from anyone.
Questions?
Okay.
Concerns? Nobody wants some lunch? Is that what you're? Is that what you said?
Let me jump in then. So we've got about 8 minutes, so before the top of the hour. Is there any feedback from the group about how things are going so far in terms of speed and comprehension? I know for a lot of us this is brand new. Is everyone following along so far pretty well? You know, comfortable with browsers switching back and forth and the like?
It's going great, Bruce. You're doing an awesome job. I really appreciate your method of presentation.
Great. If anyone's got any concerns or suggestions and you don't want to share it here, just pop me an email and I'll share that and I'll share it with Bruce. And we just want to make sure that it's working out for everybody and that you're able to follow along, because if you get lost early on the first day, you know, it only gets compounded as we go further into the afternoon and the days to follow. So thank you. And thank you, Bruce, for helping everybody to keep up.
I appreciate, and like Kurt said, if you feel like you're lost, please let Kurt know. Send me a chat message privately in the chat window. Believe me, I'm not gonna expose you to saying, oh, hey, this so and so is, you know. I need to know so that if I have to circle back, I want to make sure we're circling back before we get real deep in here, because I'm not saying it gets any harder, but we need to figure out where we're going here. If someone needs more time with something, needs me to go back, that's fine. As we get in and start creating things, you're going to see it's going to get a little bit more user interactivity going on. And I want to make sure that you know, everybody's on the same page as I am. As I said earlier, stick with me. Don't try to get ahead of me, because if you do and something goes wrong, I can't find it. So please, if you have concerns, you're not sure where you're going, let us know. Let Kurt know. Let Nellie know. Let me know. You know, I'm here to help, and then they are too. So I appreciate your time. I guess you all want to go eat.
And if you have a chance to launch if you haven't done it already, please try to launch your Bluebeam, you know, maybe just before you go to lunch. and let me know if you're having any trouble. I'm going to take my dogs for a walk, but I'll keep my eye on the email and Teams. If you're having trouble with Bluebeam, I can get IT to make sure it's installed. Thank you. And we're coming back at 1:30 Pacific time, right?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
All right, folks, have a great lunch.
Bruce, don't forget to turn off the recording before you go to lunch.
Oh, believe me, I learned that a long time ago. You don't want an hour and a half of nothing. All right, I'll see everybody back at 1:30. Okay, so what I'd like to do is we got a couple more things to do here in this, well, I say general navigation, just to talk about. I shared my screen out with you. You should be able to see contacts. I'm going to circle back to I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to circle back to the maps part because there were a couple things that I discussed with Mr. Huffnagel over the lunch period, and he's going to investigate those things and see what we can come up with. So I'm not going to go any further with that. I'll just wait till he gets back to me, and then we'll resume that, which is, it's not a big issue. I just want to make sure that things are working the way they should be, so that I can continue that path. So having said all that, let's all go up to, if you're on Google Chrome, please, not on Internet Explorer. If you go up to the app launcher in the banner bar, and if you click on it and you go down and click on contacts, or you just type in the word contacts in the omnibar, you should come to a window that says manage contacts. And again, not knowing if you have been in the system before, or you have been, you might have some contacts that you've been working with, or you might see some. But I want to start at that point. So let me know when y'all get to manage contacts on your Google Chrome browser.
Bruce, sorry, I was trying to type as you did that. So where did you go to start there? Could you tell me? I'm sorry.
There's two ways.
Oh, there it is, contacts.
Ways
Just
to
go to
here.
the thing in the contacts. I see
You
it.
can go to the
Sorry.
app manager up in
Yep.
the top right-hand side.
My
Okay,
recent contacts.
like I'm doing
Yep.
right now, and click on contacts, or you can type manage contacts in the omnibar.
Thank you. I found it.
Tim says my recent contact is 0. Yeah, Tim, that's probably going to be the case. That's fine. That's not a big deal. If you don't have anything showing up,
Mine's 0 too, so it's normal, I guess.
Yep. It's okay. That's all right. I'm obviously I'm in here, and there's like probably a gazillion other people on Tyler Technologies that have been using the same user. So it throws a lot of things up again. So as I said earlier today, when you go in to do things like my recent contacts or manage permits or manage plans, you're going to come up to a window which would be like my recent work or whatever, or my work, or not my work, but my recent cases. It's going to bring you to a list, and that list could be anywhere from a big old goose egg. App launcher and app manager is the same thing. The icon looks like nine tiny white boxes on the top of the right hand corner. Okay.
I just wanted to let everybody know, because you're using the terms interchangeably, so I just wanted them to know it's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was always calling it app manager, but I apologize, because there is actually a difference in the two. I apologize if I did that. Anyways, so when you get to this window, depending on what you have touched recently, again, you might have 0 there, you might have 1, you might have up to 15. Okay, that's the highest number that you will have. In the oldest of those will always flow to the bottom, and the newest one will flow to the top. So just so you know. Now, we talked earlier when we were started to working with the maps. I called things cards, C-A-R-D-S, and same thing is going to apply here. When I click on this one, if I run my mouse up and down, you'll notice a couple things. First off, to the far right, the launcher is an icon that shows up here. But if I click on the card itself, it will open up and give me a little bit of information about this particular card. It doesn't give me a lot, just depends on what has been loaded in there. In this case, obviously, you can see there's no title, no phones. All right, so if I want to drill down and go look at this particular contact, for example, I will go in here and I will go to the launcher, which is the square with a line going up from the middle up to the right-hand corner, and I will click on it. And it will bring me to this particular contact. All right, so I am going to stop right here, and I'm going to go back to the window I came from, because I noticed, some of you guys don't have any contacts whatsoever. I'm going to go back to the window I came from, which is called Manage Contacts, in my toolbar, and it brings me back to the same window I started from. For those of you that do not have any contacts in your system, in your window, and actually for everybody, because I'm going to guess that maybe a good majority of you are not going to be in here the way you should be. Excuse me. There are two ways to add a contact. One is at the very bottom right-hand side of your screen. So you should have an orange circle with a plus sign. The other way is to go up to the toolbar and you can add one. But let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's click on the orange circle with a plus sign, and you should get a new pop-up window. You should have some stars that are showing up, one by company, one by contact. There is a difference between a company and a contact. Pretty straightforward there, but some people think that they can put a contact in and it becomes the company. That's not the case. We are creating contacts. We are not creating companies right now. So I want everybody to check the contact box. You'll notice when you do that, you're going to get two things that light up and say these are required. That's fine and dandy if you don't care to ever figure out a way to get a hold of somebody. Because you could just walk away after filling in those two blanks and you'd be done. But as we move forward, and you will see when we get in, especially when you're creating a CSS account, it's critical that you obtain as much information about the contact and the company, if you're doing that, as you can. And what I mean by that, this is one of those cases where less is not more here, more is better, okay? Because I need to know is who's supplying, how do I get a hold of them, what are all the contact points I have for them. So if you are looking at someone standing on the other side of the counter, or you have an application that came in through the mail, all right, so you are obviously you're going to hope that they have given you as much information as they could. So I'm going to go ahead and I want everybody to create themselves as a contact, but do not use your company or your city's email address in there if you're going to put it in. Come up with a bogus email address. Doesn't have to be anything that matters, but do not use your city email address, and I will explain that to you in a few seconds. Do not copy me. I'm putting in my first name, last name. I'm going to put a phone number in. and a fake bogus email. And I'm going to put in an address type. I want this to be my, I'll say my billing address. I do not want it to be a location. I'll explain that to you in a minute too. Now I could put address line 1 as being what I just did. But when it boils down to looking things up the correct way, that bottom part that I just copied and dropped down into line 2 should be the way you should go. Your line 1 should be the actual street number, avenue number, road number, or whatever it might be. Address line 2 should be the actual name. And if I wanted to go down in here, and I don't know if we have way in here, but let's just see. We do. So I would take the way out of here, go back over to my street type and type in WA, maybe type it in if I get my fingers to work. They don't like my fingers to work today. All right. I'm using way down the bottom of the list. Couldn't pick anything worse. I'm not going to put in a post direction or a pre-direction in mine. You could if you wanted to. You have them available. If it's part of the address, put it in there for that individual. Is there a office suite or whatever you're using? I'm going to just put in 300, and then I'm going to give it a city. Give it a state and a postal code. Okay? Everybody should have completed that form along with me. Any questions on what I've gone through so far? I know I moved a little bit quick here. Okay, move on then. Let's go ahead and click on Add. It's going to bring you to another window. Kind of pretty much sums it up what we've seen before when we've been going through some of these. So I'm at a summary page. Anybody not on a summary page? All right, I'm taking that as a yes as well. When I don't hear anything, I assume you all are there. So here we go. We got Bob Builder, and there's my email. There's all the things I've got here. My addresses. Obviously, there's no recent cases. It's brand new. Nothing's been done with it yet. If I go down the menu item list and I go to details, there's some details about this. I'm a contact. I'm active. Okay. There's all my information that I plugged in. This is my preference for what here. One of the things I want to show you. Notice here, I've got an X down here. X means I can make a change. I can change that preference from address to billing or whatever I want it to be. Click on the X, come down and go, you know what? This is a email is my contact preference. I don't want you snail mailing me. I want you to email me. Okay, so we're good there. You'll notice again, there's my blue save. I'm going to save it. Phone number. I can add a home number. I can add a mobile number. I can add these numbers in there. Okay. There's my email address all down through there. If I go to addresses, this is the address that came up. Had it been an address within your, and I'll talk about jurisdictions here in a little bit, but if it was in the city's jurisdiction, okay, you might pull back more information. Again, it's all dependent upon your GIS database that that you have provided to us. We just feed it back to you. Additional information. So, if I was a business, or I was, maybe it's Bob the Builder as a contractor, you could put in information in here. Remember when I told you back here under details, I said to you earlier this morning, the details page this is hard coded. I can't change what gets asked here. Okay, I can't change any of that. If something is needed, I can't grab it here. Under additional info, I can grab it. So it looks like what's been set up is that there's a request for me to enter in workers' comp. Now, if I'm a contractor, then I would put all that information in here of Lowe's Progressive, give it a number, and provide you with a date.
So Bruce, I'm sorry, this is the customer adding this information, or is this city staff
No,
adding
ma'am,
this?
we are internal inside of EnerGov. You are not external.
So the link, the business licensing link that we're working on to establish, wouldn't that pull over the contract information and their insurance and policy, or actually just the contract information?
What link are you referring to?
I don't know that Bruce is aware of the integration with the PSI integration. So we're working on integration to pull business licensing information in. So I don't know, we haven't seen that work yet. So I don't know exactly how that will work, Anne-Marie.
Okay, thanks.
So Anne-Marie, if there's no integration working right now, this is how you would go in. Once that integration is fixed and working, then you won't have to worry about any of this. Okay? I'm just showing you, if you had to do it, how to get it in there, because obviously we don't have a way to do it. So I want everybody to be able to put their contact information in and create this account, because we're going to come back and use it. And thank you, Kurt, for bringing up PSI. All right. There's my files again. So if I was doing this manually and I had to provide you with a copy of my workers' comp, my state certification, my insurance, or what have you, I would give it to you. Maybe it came in through, again, through the mail, snail mail. Maybe I was standing in front of the window and giving you all this. You would scan it in and you could load it up there, so it would be there. Under print documents, okay, at this time, there are none to be printed out, so, which means that there are no licenses that you would print, but this is where, when you see a print document, depending on what module you are in, will determine on what you will see for documents. It might be printing of a permit, might be printing of an inspection report, might be permitting printing of some other type of document, but in this case, there's nothing here in place for contacts. Internal notes. Don't be fooled by the word internal. Yes, it's internal for now, but if for some reason there's an issue with this particular contact, let's say it's a contractor, and everything goes south. When I say that, I mean that there's a lot of issues about things that go on with, non-payment, court cases, you name it, all that boils together. And some attorney or someone goes, I want to invoke the Freedom of Information Act. Your internal notes are no longer internal because you'll have to provide those to the requester. So the bottom line here is, be politically correct when you put in an eternal note. That's all I'm saying. And it's pretty simple. You click on Add Note, and you give it a title, and you can either copy and paste information into the Enter Notes by clicking on the pencil, or you can type it in whatever you want. Okay. Linked records. So right now, because it's a brand new contact, obviously there's no linked records, but down the road, guess what? Yes, there will be, because if they apply for a permit, they apply for this, there's a code case against them, whatever it might be. Excuse me. It's going to show up here as a linked record. Are there any certifications if you require them? If they're being pulled in from an outside source, or they're standing there with you again with the paper in front of them, and they give it to you, you scan it in, you can put it in here, so it will be there. Holds. Okay, so Bob the Builder is the contractor. Bob the Builder owes the city $250,000 and has been bouncing checks like crazy. Bad credit cards, bad checks, the whole 9 yards. You can throw a hold on Bob the Builder. This is not going to have an impact on work that other contractors, for example, are doing on a particular project. So if there are 10 contractors working on a subdivision, and Bob the Builder is my only problem child, then I put a hold on Bob the Builder. He can't pull permits, he can't do anything, but all the other contractors that are working that same development are able to move forward and do what they need to do. Okay? Remember, holds, depending on where you put one in, a hold is going to have an impact upon that layer and down. So Bob can't pull permits. Bob can't request inspections. Bob is dead in the water. Everybody else is okay. Bob the Builder is got 5 people that work for him that he wants them to be able to be subcontacts, for example. So Bob the Builder has, John Q. Public, has Joe Blow, has whatever for an assistant or a co-worker or whatever they might be called. They can be listed as subcontacts so that they could be able to do things like pull permits and do other things along with this particular whatever project he's working on. So backing up to what I said, we put a hold on Bob the Builder. That means that anybody that's associated with Bob the Builder on this is going to be tied down too, because Bob the Builder is the parent, subcontact is a child. So if Bob the Builder has Tim the Toolman as a subcontact, and Tim the Toolman wants to try to pull a permit for this particular project that they're working on, it isn't going to fly.
So how does this translate to the actual permit? There can be several subcontacts, right?
Yes, there could be.
So yeah, go ahead.
No, and Veronica, we'll when we get into actually going into the permits and a part of adding contacts to it, you'll see how they all tie in. But if Bob the Builder is the let's say he's the developer, and Tim the Toolman is one of the contractors, it'll be listed in there. You'll be able to put those all in when the permit is created. You'll be able to add all these contacts in there.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter it's irregardless of whether I'm doing it internally like I am right now, or externally someone's doing it through customers CSS and customer self-service portal. Okay, you can, and until we get into the CSS portion of it, if you require that information, it's mandatory they have to fill in the blanks, but if they're sending it in, it'll show up there, okay? Does that help?
Yes, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Payments. Has there been any payments? Obviously, we're creating a brand new account, so there's not going to be any payments. Are there any accounts associated, or we need to associate this with any accounts? So maybe there's an account for whatever it might be. Maybe it's a bond or an escrow. So you have a name for it. You can plug those in and put it in with that part. I want to circle back and talk about when we get into the permit part of this, because I know you guys do something different with contractors and licensing. So we'll come back to those. Invoices, obviously brand new. There's no invoices in history. Well, there you go. So far you notice I created this thing, and then every time I've made a change and it's been saved, it's going to show up here. So everybody should have created a contact, and you should be in the system right now as a contact, so that when we come back around, we'll be able to use your name. So if I needed to add another contact, at this point, I don't have to go back up and click on add. I can just come over here to new contact, and I can create one from here.
Is that the second way you were talking about? The second of the two?
That's the second way I was talking about. Yep. So not only is it coming from here, you notice Bob the Builder's right on top now. I can add it here, or if I'm already in here, excuse me, I can add it from here as well. All right, manage contacts brings me back to my recent contacts.
Is there a way to share that contact information?
What do you mean by that?
Send it to a coworker, or send it to like Outlook, or send it, somehow copy it into like a letter, say an address if you were mailing somebody, this particular person. Is there any way to use that data? I just tried to cut and paste it. It would cut and paste into a Word doc.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot there. We'll start first off. If your coworker has access to EnerGov, then they have access to what you're seeing now. That's a given. If you were going to do something as far as a letter, not knowing the particulars, but there is a way inside of when you're creating and doing documents, and we'll see that when we get into the permit side and the planning side, when you can take information within the database and it can be plugged into a letter or a form, so it would be part of that. As far as copying and pasting, I don't know what you would be. I mean, what would you want to copy and paste? That just give me an idea.
If I was writing a letter and I just wanted to copy and paste the address into a Word doc so I could send off a letter, maybe for example.
Or do I just have to sit there and type it based on how I read it? See,
you can select it from where he's at right now.
You think you could just highlight that and cut and paste it? It'll highlight. It just won't cut and paste to a Word doc. At least it didn't for me. Yeah.
I just did it and it let me, so I'm not sure what you're doing.
Interesting.
Well, and the other thing is, I mean, if it's a standard document that's, you know, that you're working from when we get into, let's see if this goes. Yeah, mine didn't, but that's my system too.
Yeah,
Oh,
mine pasted. Yeah, I pasted it into an email, and it was really nice.
I put it in Notepad, and I didn't have a problem. There must be something weird about
Okay.
Word.
Yeah, could be.
I think the text color is white, so if you paste it, the text color is white.
You're right. There you go. It was there. It is white. I'm sorry. That's a good point right there.
To
That's
overcome
white.
that, I actually went into the actual piece, and then it's black, and then you can just grab the whole darn thing, and it came across real nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was my text. That's funny. Thanks.
And Mark, the other thing is, I mean, if it's a document that, you know, if you're talking about inside of a permit, you need to get a home or a plan. You're inside of the plan. When we get to those, you'll see there are documents that will pull data from the database, and so it automatically would populate. So you wouldn't even have to bother with that. So if it's if you have a standard letter, or if you're even if you're an inspector and you're out in the field and you do your inspection and whatever, you fail it, pass it, or whatever you might be, your email back to them or a letter, if you were going to create it, it's going to pull that data from that database that's been selected, and it'll put it in there. You don't even have to copy and paste.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. So everybody should now have a contact in place and set up, ready to go. Let's see. I want to do one more thing. So did everybody, when I first started this morning, I threw up in the chat window, I threw up a URL for the link to the CSS portal. Everybody still have that? You need me to send it back out again?
Still at the
Maybe you
top
should-
of the
maybe you should send it
chat
again.
box.
I'm going to put it out there again. So everybody look in your chat window. You're going to see it pop up here one more time. You can go to Chrome, open up a new browser, or stay in the same browser now, just add another tab to it, and I want you to go ahead and I want you to plug that in.
Bruce, is it worthwhile to note, correct me if I'm wrong, but you could actually use any browser for this, right? Edge or Firefox or whatever, right?
You can use any browser you want. You are correct. I just say I go with Chrome, but if you you're a fan of Firefox, you're a fan of
I'm only pointing that out in case they're talking to a customer that's using CSS that's not browser dependent.
We do not
No,
want
it's
them
not.
using IE. IE does not display correctly. We do not want them using
Right.
IE for CSS.
Yeah, Internet Explorer. I wish they would just take that thing off the shelf, but anyways. This will work if you have a iPad and you go into Safari. This will work. Your displays are going to be a little bit different, but once you copy and paste that URL, you should come into the window I'm at right now. If you can't get to the window that I'm showing, let me know.
Is there anybody that's not there? If not, if it's silent, then I think we can proceed. I think everybody's there.
All right, I'm going to go with that assumption. Okay. This is what the outward-facing portal is going to look like. Currently, going to look like. It could be modified. Tweaks and changes are going to go place. Obviously, the city hasn't gone live with it.
We're going to put a picture of
But-
Ventura Highway on it.
We'll start.
Sorry.
But there are a number of things that actually, y'all could do with it. You could make a lot of changes. I don't know. I just throw this out to those that are, are just the decision makers, if there are on here. What you see can be modified. This is not something that's you're locked into everything you see. I could, give you an idea of what other customers have done if you want. But anyways, I don't have an account here. I just typed that all in. It could be a link coming off of your city website. It could be wherever you want to, you drop the link to, it brings me to here. So when I look at this, okay, I know I'm at the city of Ventura. I know it's a portal into the city to do things, and you'll notice, and I'm gonna spend probably the rest of the afternoon talking about this, and then we're gonna get into going through the process. And the reason I'm doing this, just so everybody understands, is behind the scenes, I want you to make things ready and available for when we go in and look at doing a plan, or we go in and do a permit, what have you. So I want to take you from the outside to come in, and then if we need to come back to this at a later time, we can do that. But for now, I want to go and jump into here. Looking at the window, so you can see in the banner bar up here, I've got home, I've got apply, and when I click on that, it's going to show me a bunch of things that I can apply for, and I will circle back and we'll discuss that a little bit. If I click on the City of Ventura homepage, guess where it takes me? It takes me to your homepage. Okay. And to go back to CSS, it's right up here in my browser tabs. Customer survey. If I click on that, it will, I'm assuming, since I have seen this before, it does not work.
That's just a placeholder for something they want to add in the future.
Okay, cool. All right. It's nice to have actually, you know what? You're the first. I think you're the first customer I've seen that ever thought of that idea. If you were going to use it for a survey, it'd be a great place for it. Today's inspections, okay? If I was already logged in and I had an account and I had inspections that were being done today, guess what I'd see? Today's inspections. Here's your map.
Quick question here. So the inspections, you would only see inspections that are assigned to you, correct? You wouldn't be able to see the entirety of the inspection route.
I'm only gonna see the inspections that I have requested myself as a customer. Nothing to do with you are an inspector working for the city. You're not, unless you're getting something you're doing inspected, then you're not going to see anything there. That all falls back over to the iPad.
Great, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, we are now gone from being an internal employee and an internal user to being an external user. You are not an employee anymore of the city, so to speak. Okay, so that's where we're at. We are focused on what your customers that are trying to get in would be looking at. So to do a search, again, I can type in the number. It's going to come back and it's going to give me everything that has 501 in it because I wasn't specific enough. Again, less is more when you're searching, but in this case, I want to be a little more specific. I'll type in a little more information and brings me to there. Again, since I don't have anything set up for me to be a user, I can't do anything at this point. I can't apply for anything because I don't have an account. Okay, so I'm just showing you what's in that available bar up there. And again, this is something that can be customized. Should you guys ever want to change things, do things, whatever they will be there. Same thing with reports. I can't run a report because I don't have an account. Okay, so I can click all, nothing shows up, but it's there. And there's the calendar. As I said earlier, this calendar will show things that are public in here. And again, because I'm not logged in, I don't have anything showing up. So let's go back to home. Search for public records. Everything that we're seeing on this page, without me having an account, is all, what's the good word I want to look for here? It's all dependent on what you folks at the city determine a user can, or a customer can see without being a user. So, searching for public records. Guess what? Right away, it brings me to a login window. Will not let me search. Apply. Well, we saw that up here, so it's replicated. Log in or register. I have the same thing up here. Log in or register. Okay, which we'll get to. Pay an invoice. Do I have something that do I owe the city money? I want to pay it? Sure. Click on pay invoice. Again, guess what? Log in. Map we looked at, and there's my calendar. We saw those from above. So, when you first come in, everybody that's on this call and in this training session, okay, I'm going to do one thing before I get there. I am going to come in here and I'm going to look for external users. I'm coming into the back door. You guys probably can't do this. Doesn't matter. You shouldn't be doing it if you can. This is something that I need to look at. This is going to show me everybody that's an external user. And my point here is to look for anything in there. We're good. Okay, so I'm out of there. First thing I want you to do is, if you haven't done so already, and you have not been in there, I know I thought I saw Sergio in there, is I want you to come up or down here, either under login or register, up here where it says guest, and I want you to click on register. Everybody with me?
Yes.
Silence is golden.
Yep.
All right. You do not, I repeat that, you do not want to use the city email address for your work address here. You want to put in a Yahoo account, a Gmail account, whatever else is out there. I have no idea. iCloud, whatever that might be, that's what you want to plug in here. Do not use the city email address because you are already in the system as a user with that email address. So please, if you don't have a private account or to that nature, then let us know, but just plug in your private email address in there. Don't worry, it's not going to be publicized. Just put it in there. And it should come up, actually. Let me find, I did have, let me look for this real quick. There it is. since I already created an account, I want you to see what this is. So, if you're looking at my screen, it says do not use your work email address, whatever you have, Gmail, Yahoo, iCloud, whatever it is. When you put that in, okay, you're going to get back a window that's going to look like this up here. So let me know when you get to the next window after you put in your email address you're going to use. Let me know after you click on next when you get there.
When we get the confirmation message, right? Message to confirm.
You should get a window that's going to look again like, I could get it to come up. I can move this. It should come up, and you should have this window coming up in front of you, right there.
Yep, that's what I see
Please
now.
check your email. The confirm email link should go to you and your private email address. And when it gets there, it'll look like that. But don't get to that point yet. Just make sure everybody's got your email address in there and you click next.
It's taken a while.
Bruce, we've been having problems with this.
Trailer, where do you mean you've been having problems?
It's not sending out the emails, or the ISP is blocking it. I'm not really sure. It's been intermittent.
For me, it sent it to the junk.
Yeah,
did it?
check your junk folders.
Yeah, because I had no problem getting mine when I created
Yeah.
mine. So I don't know. Maybe it's intermittent.
Yeah, I just created a new Gmail account and tried to register myself, and I have not gotten it. And I have also checked my spam. This is the 6th registration that I've created for CSS. So I don't know if it's Gmail that's blocking it or what.
Bruce or Kurt, can we skip this step if we don't want to load up our private email on our work computers?
Yeah, well,
Just watch.
you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to use your own email. We don't want you to do that. If you'd rather just watch.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you just want to watch, it's fine. You're not going to be able to go through some of the steps. That's all. Just so you know.
It'll especially be helpful, like if a customer is saying they're having trouble, and you can kind of log in and see what's happening. I've got a generic account that I created for everybody to use, but I can give you after we go live. You can log in with.
Yeah, similar question. I just went ahead and logged in on that account that you saw on your users list.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I just went ahead and logged in on the account, my existing account that I had already. So I don't know if that's going to impact what you're going to show us right now, or if I could just.
Sergio created one before, right? For Sergio, that's what you're
yeah. And during early test months ago.
I think all the SMEs default to the Ventura City user one too, so we're already logged into.
So So if I guess if you're getting the email to confirm, then great, please proceed. But if not, I'd hate to have us slow down on that. The problem is noted. We will have to troubleshoot, but maybe we can proceed. I don't know how we can overcome it otherwise, right?
All right. So if it's working as, I hate this terminology, working as designed. That was one from Kurt this morning.
Hey, Bruce,
you will get an
before we
email.
proceed, let me ask you a quick question. What would it be bad if people were logged in, multiple people were logged in as the same person? Is that going to break the system or break the universe? Because I've got a generic user. I've got generic permissions I can give people and they can follow along. It sounds like some of this means they're already using it. I was.
Okay, so here's the only thing that let's get. Okay, so the answer to your question is that it's not going to, but there could be complications, and I will get into that in a little bit. I just want to walk through so everybody sees the process of what would be like if I was an actual outside external user coming in if they haven't seen it before.
Got it.
Okay, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm John Q Public. I need an account because I'm gonna add on to my house. So I need to come in here and I need to create an account, user account, so that I can apply for that permit. So I would get this back in my private email. Shows me this part. I'm going to click on the confirm down here. It's going to bring me back to this window when I click on it. There is a CAPTCHA up at the top. Do not complete that CAPTCHA until you've completed a username, a password, and confirm your password. Then you should complete the I'm not a robot. Move on. So once I do that, it wants to know, and my CAPTCHA works. I'm good. I'm not a robot. So who am I? So first name, last name. How do we want to get a hold of me? There is a thing here called additional contact information. When I click on it, it will open up another window, which will give me this information down here. If you don't want to put anything in there, if you're just a private citizen, you don't have to deal with that. You don't have to. The only thing that's required is email address, contact preference, first and last name. That's all that's required. And once that's all done, you're going to go to the next window, which is where do you live? Where are you coming from? What is the street address number? And then you go down through and put in all that information in there. Okay. What is the location type? So if you are a business looking for a business license, not in your cases, you guys aren't using it right now, but if that was the case, then this would be your location, but it could be a mailing address, it could be a billing address. When you're all done, you click on submit, okay? And that takes you to back to here when you will be then logged in. I certainly hope my user stuff hasn't gone south. But I've seen it happen before. Oh, it's already there. It'll bring you to there. Now, Kurt, to talk to your discussion. Everybody can use whatever you've got, a generic, which is fine for them to log into. It's not going to break the bank. It's not going to do anything. Mm-hmm. But where we need to be careful is when we start walking through the application part, that those that are using that, we need to have, everyone should be on a different address, and they can use the same application type. So whether it's a permit or a grading permit or they're doing a plan or whatever, that's fine, but everybody's going to have to pick a separate address. That's the only thing that's going to put a whammy on this.
So
okay.
I'm trying to see if there's a way to overcome this. I'm testing with my Yahoo account to see if it's a Gmail thing. So I'll give you an update. I don't know how we can necessarily proceed with accounts if we can't create accounts. So I'm working on a workaround here. Just a sec. So
all right. Well, I'm curious as to, and I only applied once, and that was through my iCloud account, just so everybody knows. Well, actually, I did two. I did one through my work and one through iCloud. They both went through no problems. And Ian says that Gmail worked for him.
So is there anything we can do? Maybe take a detour into something else while we try to find a workaround for this?
Yeah.
And Ian said Gmail worked for him, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at
That's
the chat window
probably
right
an
now. Tim,
existing Gmail account, right? Ian, you didn't create a new Gmail account?
Yes, it's one I've had for a number of years.
Yeah, me too. It's one I've had for a long time, but it's not working.
Yeah, I've had the problem with Kevin's Roadrunner email address. And for me, every time I create a new Gmail account, I'm not able to register. So it seems to be on our side somehow, or maybe it's the ISP blocking it. I'm just not sure what it is.
okay. All right. So let's do this then. We'll circle back. Kurt, you do what you got to do there and come back. We'll come back to CSS. How's that? I thought we could go that route, but that's fine. Not a problem. So, let's see. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close out of my account here. All right.
Out.
Go ahead.
Do we all close out? For those of
If
us
you're
that are in,
yeah, if you're in CSS, go ahead and close out. We're going to come back. Okay. I'm going to kind of shift gears here a little bit.
I got an update. So I just tried with my Yahoo account and I got the message right away. So it does seem like the system is sending out the message. It may be that different mail servers are interpreting that message differently and maybe deleting them outright or sending them to some spam folder. So if someone has maybe a not Gmail account to try, maybe that'll work.
Well, now you got me curious. So hang on a second. I don't want to take time to do a lot of troubleshooting here, but I just want to see what happens real quick.
Actually, this is really good because we may get customer calls from customers who are
Oh,
saying,
you're going to get, yeah, you're going to get them, believe me.
I can't create my CSS account. I'm never getting the message, but it may be that it's their browser.
Yeah, you don't have a link off of your website yet, do you? All right, let me do this. I just want to see what happens when I put in mine. Because I know in the past on other times I've used this Gmail account, I've gotten response back real quick.
Yeah, mine came back right away.
So there's nothing in my spam box, nothing back. All right.
Okay, it looks like
I don't know. Something up with Gmail. Hotmail went to junk.
Let's see.
All right. Not going to belittle this. Let's move on. I'm just going to let it go at this point. Let's go ahead and everybody go back to your jigsaw puzzle page on Chrome for EnerGov? Let me know if you need help getting back there.
So just so we're clear, what are we switching gears and going back to? Is it?
I'm going back. I'm going to start looking at the screens for planning, and I'm not going to. I don't want to hold anybody up on this on the CSS side. I just wanted to walk them through that lovely end user experience, and then get in there so that they could go through and apply for something. But we can circle back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm testing my Gmail and still getting nothing on this side. So there's obviously something.
We're going into permitting, you said, is that it?
Nope. I want everybody to be on the Jigsaw puzzle page right now, and then once they're all there, I'm going to walk you through the manage screens.
Okay, so Internet Explorer.
Chrome. Go to Chrome. I want everybody on Chrome and on the Jigsaw page.
I'm sorry, Bruce, I'm not asking very clear questions. I'm sorry. What is the topic of the next subject we're going to be talking about? I want to put a header. I'm taking notes, so I want to put a header on what the subject is that we're going to talk about.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We are going to start with planning.
Planning. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No.
All right. If everybody is with me on the EnerGov Google Chrome manage or window that has the Jigsaw puzzle, I want you to go up to the Omnibar, and I want you to type in manage and then plans. You should get 2 results back in your window of search criteria. One says manage plans EnerGov app. The other says manage plans EnerGov. We are going to focus on manage plans EnerGov app. So come down and click on that option, and it will bring you to this window. You may or you may not see anything in your window. If you have never been in the system before and you've never touched the plan, never did anything with it, you're going to have a blank screen. It'll say my recent plans, 0. Not an issue at this point, because I am going to walk through the screens of one that's been configured already, and then we are going to go in, we are going to actually create a plan. Everybody got the manage plan window up? Doesn't matter whether you have anything in there or not. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Again, if you look down through this whole list, these are all what we call cards. Okay, again, I can click on a card. It opens up a little bit more. It shows me information about it. Okay, doesn't matter which one it is. They all will come back and show me something. Okay. A little bit about it. Doesn't give me a whole lot of information, but it just gives me something. I'm just going to pick any one of these, and I'm going to come over to the far right hand side, and I'm going to click on the launcher, and I'm going to come into a summary page. Inside of that summary page, we've got the same, some similar information from the card above. Shows me that there is no money due. Shows me who the individual is that we are talking to, the contact information. They are the applicant, and there's their contact information. Further down that side, keep showing me where they're located. And then, are there any tasks associated, and again, with anybody involved with this particular plan? There are none. In the center part of our window, it's showing us that the recent workflow activity, so the formal plan has been done. There are other steps that need to be taken care of, and it shows me in this graph where we're at in accordance with what's being done over here. Down the left-hand side, we're on the summary page. Here's the detail. You'll notice that I can't change anything up here in regards to the plan type or the work class. Okay, I can click on them all day, can't do anything with them. That's because this particular case has been saved. It's in the system, it's historical data. What I can change though is anything with an X. So if I want to reassign this, for example, just because I can do it, I'm just here, we're not going through the coordinator, we're not doing anything right now. I just want to show you that by clicking on an X, I can go in here and I can change information by typing in somebody's first name, last name, or whatever I want to do. Okay, I just moved this from system administrator to me. I'm going to click on the save button. Same thing with status. Statuses, for the most part, your statuses are going to change automatically based upon the workflow. When we get into workflow, we'll talk about that. And I'm not going to go through and complete a workflow here because we're going to do it when we do an actual case. But I just want to talk about it and walk you through what it means. But this will change based upon whatever gets done inside of the workflow. There's my date that this was applied for. You'll notice that nothing else has been done for because it's still only in the submitted stages. Had it been gone in for review or it had been issued or whatever, okay, whatever you want to call it, then these dates will then change based upon the status and how things go. District, required field. District, again, is going to be based upon information that gets inputted when you apply for the plan or the permit, doesn't matter what it is. There is a process that runs in the back office based upon the address that will throw this into wherever that district might be. IVR numbers. Are you folks using IVR?
We have
Yes,
it set
we
up.
will be.
We will be.
Yes.
Will be. Okay. All right. So that means that number that's there, when you're looking at it, again, remember,
Bruce.
we're internal. I'm sorry.
Bruce, I'm sorry. There may be only some people that don't know what IVR is.
So that's what I was just about to explain. IVR.
Sorry.
This number. You're cool. You're all right. So if someone wanted to call in, let's say I was the applicant or I was a contractor, and I want to call in, I want to either it's a contractor, I want to schedule an inspection, or if I was an applicant, I want to call in and find out the status or things like that, and I'm not online to do it. When someone dials into I'm assuming you guys are going to be doing a toll-free number, is that there would be, when they dial into that toll-free number, they would punch in, this number would be made available to them, especially if they're on the outside looking in. They'll be able to punch in that number, and that number will let them, if they are calling as an applicant, to see the status. It will give them information. If they're calling in as a contractor, there will be a different number that they would punch in for an IVR number, and they would be able to schedule an inspection, for example. Seeing stuff in the chat window, I'm sorry. Oh,
It's just
okay.
a note about the blue beam. So
I got you. You're okay. All right, I see it. All right. So that's what IVR stands for. It allows people to call in on the phone line and do things. Okay. Description. Something that you got to think about internally. Do you want to put descriptions in here? Do you require description? Do you want to know what this pertains to? Again, when you are, and I'll go through this when I do, we actually create one, but what, do you want to tell people what this is all about? This will appear when we get to a permit. It'll be more familiar with you when you see how it comes out. But if you put in a description and you require that description to be on a permit, for example, inspector or somebody rolls up onto a job site and the permit says, something like, oh gosh, let's say electrical permit, and it's going to be for an underground trench that should be 30 feet long by 2 feet wide, and I pull up in there as the inspector or John Q. Public, and I see that, and I'm looking at a trench that's 80 feet long and 10 feet wide, then they are not adhering to what the permit was for. Okay, so that kind of gives you that description of as to, what should someone be looking for when they pull up, if you are an inspector, or if someone's just walking by, if you're displaying if you require permits to be displayed on a card for the job site, what have you. But that's what that description could help out with, okay? All right, beat that to death. So that's under details. Location, where's the location for this? Well, when it was applied for, no one put an address in here, so no big deal. We'll fix that when we come back through and build our own. Same thing again, there's your additional information, okay? We saw that on other menus when we go through them. Workflow, that's how you process your paper on a day-to-day basis. It walks through. So I will explain all this when we get there. There's your linked records. What's linked back to it could be other work being done there. Could be other permits that were applied for that particular that location. There's no location, so it's not going to show up there. Were there any contacts, any holds, anything? Everything you see here that you've seen before. What's new is what I want to point out is here's where fees can go in. We'll talk about fees when we go to apply for one. Activities and bonds are something you haven't seen before because we haven't gotten into this part of it. We only talked about contacts before. Activities are things that you do that are not like emails and phone calls, etc. I'm going to come back through all of these things when we get ready to go here, just to give you an idea of what we're at. But that's what this screen looks like. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I were to click on and do a manage permit, pretty much, I mean, it's going to be the same concept that you see here. So here's what we need to do to move this along. I'm going to start with planning. I want everybody, there's two ways to do this. One is to create a new plan and don't step ahead. One is I can click on new plan from here. The other is if I come up here and I type in add, I could add a plan from here as well. If I scroll down this list, there's add plan. Either way, so if I hadn't gotten to this window and now I need to add a plan, I could do that. I'm adding this because if somebody has come up to the front counter and they brought me an application for a plan. This is not coming in from the outside. This is coming in from the inside. All right, everybody with me? All right. I want you to grab and click on search or add address. We haven't really drilled down on this, and now I want to spend a couple minutes and talk about this. You have an address search in the top of your window, and you have manually add in the bottom left-hand corner of your window. There is a difference. Address search is to be used for looking for addresses that are within the city's jurisdiction. If I were to look for my home address, me personally, okay, I don't think that the city of Ventura has got jurisdiction in the state of New York. So that's going to be a manual add. However, if the address is in your jurisdiction, then you would enter in some of the search criteria like I have done before, and I'm just going to go ahead and give you the street name, number, and the name, and I hit enter, or I could click on the magnifying glass. It's going to bring me back with these two results.
Do you want us entering addresses, different addresses?
I want you to put in, well, in this case, yeah, because we're all going to use the same type of plan. So please, wow, how do we do this? There's so many of you. I don't know. I'm trying to think how I could do this the easy way. So here's where the chat window comes in nice and handy. Thank you, Nellie. Nellie read my mind. She chose Southwind. So please put in the address that you're going to use in the chat window so nobody replicates it, because we're all going to use the same plan type. And just so everybody knows, I'm using City Hall. If that's what City Hall is, that address, I guess. I don't know. Give you another minute here to fill in the blanks. God, you all got some interesting street names. Everybody good? Everybody got one in there?
Looks like we're missing a couple names. Is everybody doing this on their own here? I guess I should have asked, is anybody having trouble picking an address?
You think we're good to go?
I don't see Jared's name. Oh, there's Merritt. But I don't see Jared's name, and who's the other name I was missing?
You might not see me. I'm busy working on the email, on the login thing. So making good progress. But I'm not with you guys right now.
Jared, do you need help? Oh, there. Go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, thank you. All right. So once you've got it in there, okay, you should have a window that comes up and it should be showing you that the main address is the one that you picked. The main parcel is the one that you picked based upon the information you put into your address. So what happens, for example, if you need to add other addresses to this?
My parcel didn't show up for some reason.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My parcel didn't show up.
So, Mark, hang on a second, man. Let me just do this. I don't want to do that. Come on, Bruce. What'd you do, Mark 151 Knob Hill? Let's see what's going on with yours. Knob Hill Lane.
Yeah, see, your parcel popped right up there. It didn't, mine didn't do that.
All right, Mark, you know what? Do you mind sharing the screen with us, Mark?
Sure.
All right, hang on. Let me get to you. Make you the presenter. You should see a pop-up asking you to share your screen.
Okay. Share computer, right? Save and continue. Save and continue. And let's see what's not popping up. I think it needs to say okay. Wow, I have to add a lot of information to share. There's my name.
Mark, I can see your screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen already, Mark.
I don't know what you're typing in now.
Cookie X. Get out of that. Wow. Where is your EnerGov?
So, here's that. I selected screen share.
You know what, man? Go ahead and you know what? Can you let me take it back over again and we'll come back into you because you've got so many things going on there. Hang on.
I don't know what all that is. That's not what my screen looks like.
Hang on. I'm going to take it back over again.
Okay.
All right. So let me get back over to here and now I've got you in there twice, man. You're Mark W and Mark Wild. So say something on your computer for me, your phone,
Type
whatever you're
something.
connected with.
What are you looking for
Okay.
again?
All right, you're here. So let me do this. That's the one I'm seeing you talking on. Let me make you a presenter on this one, and then just don't do anything once you get in there. Just click on OK to share, or whatever it's asking you for.
Not seeing anything yet. Not seeing anything yet.
Now I'm seeing you. Now I'm seeing like two of you. Hang on.
I do have two screens.
Yeah, you're on the. Let me. Let's try this.
Oh yeah, there you go. Screen 2. Share.
Okay, thank you. There we go. All right. So scroll down to the bottom window of that window for me, real quick, if you don't mind. Click on Start Over. Say, yeah, there you go. And search address. Okay, just put in knob. Don't even bother with hill. Put in knob, okay? And all right, so Nellie, that's a user permission.
They all have the same permission, so that's odd. They all are
Yeah.
department administrators, so they all have the same permission.
Yeah, that's a user permission going on there, for sure. Because I had no problem getting to it. Can you just check real quick and see?
Yeah, I'll check to see what his account is. Maybe it was
Yeah.
changed.
Sit tight, Mark, man. We're working on it.
Could we maybe take a 5-minute break or something while this is being worked on?
Oh, really? A break? Oh, wow. Yeah. Actually, you know what? It is time for a break. I'm sorry. I was just teasing you. I've got top of the hour, about a little bit after that. Let's come back at, what is it, 3 o'clock your time?
3:03.
Let's do 3:20. Okay? I'll give you 20 minutes. Okay?
Bruce, quick update as
Yes.
just food for thought to let you know, I was able to successfully create CSS accounts using Yahoo Mail and Proton Mail. I received the notifications immediately. I was able to complete everything without any problem. So the issue appears to be perhaps with either the browsers or maybe the email account applications, or maybe something in between, the servers or something. So just to let you know, so maybe what we can do is maybe have homework to set up accounts using something other than Gmail. And
yeah, because you know what? I haven't got I just checked my personal Gmail and I've got nothing back.
Yeah, Yahoo and Proton seem to work fine.
All right, so we'll hit on that when we come back. All right, so we're back to creating a new plan. So everyone should have their address up in front of them. Their screen should look exactly like mine. Well, when I say exactly like mine, you should have an address and a parcel up in yours. If you don't have that, let us all know, and we'll get you there. And I'll give you a minute to tell me that. If you don't, then I'm going to keep moving along. Thank you, Anne Marie. Veronica says that. Okay. So this is the location. If you'll notice, looking at my screen or even your own screen, it says main address and a location. So what do we do if there is a billing address or a mailing address that's not within the city's jurisdiction? Remember, we talked about that. So go down in your left-hand side under addresses, you've got a little box that says add more. Click on add more and punch in some bogus address any place other than in the city's jurisdiction. So it could be in Utah, it could be in Georgia, it could be in Florida, it could be in the Caribbean. I don't care where you go, but just don't make it within the city's jurisdiction. So how do you do that? You're going to click on manually add. Brings you up to the next window box. It says add address. There is a checkbox up there for main address. You do not want to check that. You already have a main address, which is by default the very first address you put in. So address type, what is this going to be? You can make it billing, you can make it mailing, just don't make it location. That's all I'm asking. So I'm going to say this is going to be the mailing address in my case. Country type, doesn't matter, it's not required unless you really need to put it in there. If you want to put in international, US or Canada. The address line, just pull it out of wherever, doesn't matter. Address line 1 should be your number. If you want to do a pre-direction, you can do that. Address line 2 should be the street, avenue, road, or whatever it might be. Street type, whatever you want to call it. I'm just picking Main Street for mine. Post direction, I'm not going to bother with. I don't need to worry about unit or suite. Address line number 3. You would use this. Here's where this would fall into play. If you were doing a PO box for a mailing, this is how you would throw that all in there. So it would be the address line would be 200. The address line 2 would be PO box, whatever, and then you could have address line 3 could be the PO box, or address line 2 could be. It doesn't matter, but that's where you can throw in your PO box. Give it a city. Was there a question?
Question. This is Sergio. Just confirming this is going to get scrubbed before we go live, right?
Why? What are you putting there, Sergio?
I'm wondering if I'm going to put my buddy's address on my dad's address for his billing address.
Oh man, let's set him up with some bill. No, I'm kidding you. No, this gets scrubbed. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So everybody should have an address they've added. You click on the add button in the bottom corner, and now you should have a main address in the black banner bar, and underneath that should be other address that says mail. In my case, it says mailing. Could be billing, whatever you chose.
Bruce, I just wanted to mention that in the parcel section, that parcel number that's to the right of the Florida address is left over from when you were searching for 151 knob.
You're right. Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, I was doing a search before, so it's remembering where I was, but it's not going to be in there when I go ahead and close this out. But thank you. All right. So this is coming off of your GIS information. It appears that you guys you're not using spatial collections.
I don't
That would
believe
be
so.
okay. All right. So everybody should have number one done. Now, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what is searchable spatial collections?
Spatial collections would be if, and when we go back to doing maps, once they get the bug fixed, or not a bug, once they get the correct GIS information from your team loaded in there, if you were to look at a map inside of the map that we were in earlier, you would see like a box drawn around, or polygon, as that's what the terminology is called, would be around, let's say, you know, a neighborhood that encompasses a 5 by 5 by 5 by 5 block area. How's that? Okay, just to give you an idea, just draw a square. Take a map in your head and draw a square around a 5 block area. And a spatial collection would be something that deals with if there was something going on in there that you had a project going on, or there was other things that it was tied to, that would be a spatial collection around that entire block. When we get back into the maps, it'll be easier to see, but it draws an overlay over top of that map when you're looking at an actual physical map on the screen. So that's what a spatial collection would be for. So maybe there's a certain thing that's going on. You could maybe, again, it could be a project. Maybe you got a development going on in some spot in the city that someone's knocked down, 2 acres worth of land and property, and they're building something there. It's going to be like maybe a couple of condos, a couple of townhouses, or whatever. You could draw a polygon around that, what we call a polygon, and that highlights it. Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, no, this helps.
Okay. I didn't mean to take it that long out, but without being able to show you, I have to try to in my head draw that around so that you understand what it is. But we're going to come back and revisit that. So if I don't show you that when we get to the maps again, please bing me in the head, ding me in the head, bing me, whatever you want to call it, and hit me up with it. All right. So there we go. We've got everybody should have an address. You should have, if you wanted to put in a secondary address for mailing, billing, or whatever, so you should be good to go. Now, what I didn't say to you earlier was, can I just jump in here any place and start from, hey, I'm going to put the contacts in? Well, no, you can't. You look at what happened on my screen, and if you clicked on contacts, you see what happens on your screen. It says choose a plan type and a work class. The reason that does that is because you can't just jump around inside of these numbers. There is a method to our madness. So location, I don't need to start with that. What I need to start with is number 2, which is plan details. Plan details is going to tell me I've got to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4 asterisks right now, and then as we go down through this, you'll see what we're referring to. But here's what we're going to do. Everybody's going to follow along with the same plan. Under plan type, you are going to choose the asterisk planning project and select it. You'll notice once you do that, it automatically goes in and it changes your work class to planning project. It changes your status to submitted. And the reason that the district came up is because when the address was chosen for this location, it's running what we call a GEO rule, GEO space RULE, GEO rule. It's running in the background. That's how that works. Got my date for today's date, for my apply date. What it doesn't have is assigned to, expire, complete, approval. Those things will all get filled in. At this point, again,
I'm sorry, Bruce, my submitted or my status didn't automatically appear like yours did. I had to select it. Is that a glitch or is that all right?
you chose the planning project
Yes,
and you got planning project for your work class.
yes. And then I had to manually
Anybody-
add submitted.
What did you use for, is your address within the jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody else have that same instance?
Yeah, I did as well. It didn't fill in automatically.
Same here.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to submitted for me automatically.
I'm sorry, say again?
Mine went to submitted automatically. I didn't have to select
Okay.
it. Yeah, Letitia and Ian said theirs went to submitted. I'm wondering if the order of things is important. So like after you went to planning project, did you tab to the next field and then tab again? Because that's what I just do out of habit. And I'm wondering if that made a difference.
Oh, you know what? I clicked next on the bottom right.
Okay. So, all right. So let's back up. So when you went in, the first thing you should have done was you should have selected the plan type to be the planning project. I didn't click anything else and it automatically filled in those blanks.
Right. I did that and it didn't fill in my status link.
So Bruce, to clarify, this is Nellie. I selected planning project, or excuse me, asterisk planning project. The word class planning project auto-populated. I then had to hit tab to go to district. It populated district with Ventura, and then it populated submitted after that.
Okay, so I just wiped everything out and added it again and it came up. So I don't know. It was just a glitch.
Yeah, it must matter where you're clicking on the screen and if you're using the tab button.
Okay. Let me try. Let me just try this because I'm going to lose all my changes. I don't care. That's not what I was seeing. So if everybody's watching my screen, let's just see how this rolls.
Okay, so this is Anne-Marie. I just did what Veronica did and went back and wiped everything out and then hit next and it populated everything.
Yeah, it happens
Next.
with anything that you select. Any plan type
Right.
you select, it gets submitted.
Yep, there
So-
must be a delay on some computers.
Could be. Yeah, because I'm on plan type right now. I'm on step number 2. I'm going to select my planning project and I'm not doing anything else. And it backfilled all those blanks.
Yep, I just did the same thing and it happened just like yours just did. I think maybe some of us
Okay.
were impatient.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know. But it's not. I don't think it's something we need to be concerned with. I think it's just, is anybody internal and sitting in an office doing this right now, or is everybody remote?
I bet Chandra's internal.
I internal.
So, okay, so you folks that are internal, do you have the same issue?
No, we don't. It
All
gets
right, I
populated
just
no
wonder,
matter which.
it could be a lag. We're good. Okay, so I think we can. I think we'll see how this rolls out. We got plenty more to try and play with. So everybody should have plan type of asterisk planning project, automatically defaults to planning project, automatically defaults to submitted, automatically defaults your district. What it doesn't do is it doesn't assign it to anybody, doesn't give any other dates on there except for the apply date. What I want you to do is under description, please go in and put your first and last initial, and then just type in test. Once you've got that done, you can go any place you want on here. You can click on 5, you can click on 6. If I go to 6 right now, I don't know if any fees are going to fire. Obviously they didn't, but I can go to 4. I'm not getting that same pop-up I got before I hit number 2. Does that make sense, everybody? All right. So you can go to number 3, additional info. So here's where I'm going to rely upon you subject matter experts. Someone's brought this application to the front window.
Yeah, this is where
Do I need to fill? I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me what this was for. This is where we collect all of the data for all of our planning projects. That translates into report.
And you're on the right track. I was going to ask a subject matter expert, what do I need to fill in here? Because there's nothing that's required.
You don't need to
So
fill
what
anything.
would I? Go ahead.
You don't need to fill anything to save it. It's based on the type of project. We don't require it for everything. So it's more of an internal business practice.
Okay, so here's my next question to you. Are there any fees based upon what would be put in any of these fields?
No.
Okay, thank you, Veronica.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so remember we talked about additional info before. If I go back to plan details, don't see any of those fields in here, do we? They're not there. So that's where the additional info comes in. Here's where, in some cases, depending on what you're dealing with, if it was required, it might be required because it fires off what we call fires off a fee, meaning that if I had to put in a building height, you're going to charge by the building height for whatever reason, you might do it. Then it would go in there. Number of stories, it's $1,000 a story. So if I put in 5, it's going to fire off automatically a fee for $5,000. But we're not going to be concerned with that because nothing in here is required. But these are the fields that will be coming in. I'm assuming, Veronica, you can help me out here because you're the subject matter expert. If I'm taking this in as an application, there's obviously on your application, are these things in there for me to fill, for me as the applicant to fill out?
No, this would all be staff filling it out. Applicant wouldn't fill this out.
So none of these things are you're not requiring them to fill any of this stuff out?
No. Well, on the main tab, they will be providing like square footage and things like that, but then we have to add a lot of other information. So some of the stuff
Okay.
we will get off of an application. Yes, I think that was.
And you're probably going to glean that off of what? Project plans?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land here as I go
Right.
through this. All right, thank you. So now we go down to contacts. Everybody should have created a contact. Guess what? Y'all need to put your name in there. Okay. Make yourself a contact. And don't do anything else. Just let it go. Leave it like it is for now. So you should see a red thing in there. It should be red. Don't worry about it. I want to keep moving along. Going to go down, click on either next or click on number 5. And oh boy, here we go. Holy cow.
So these are optional or required at this point?
That's what I was going to ask.
Are these
So-
optional? Or...
Yeah, they're optional.
These,
and
look,
in the
these are all
Silverlight,
optional.
yeah, they are. In the Silverlight version, we didn't have all of this displayed, but somehow they're all on here now. So
Yeah. Okay. So these are optional. So let's and if I look at these, and this is just my observation, you'll notice that it says supported PDF, supported asterisk, nothing. Any files that you need to be using for e-review, obviously they should be a PDF.
yeah, I think we had all decided across the board that everything would be submitted as a PDF, right, Anne?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why they don't say that.
Well, we
Okay.
changed our minds about that because some people will be uploading pictures. So if they're uploading a picture of something, it's a different file extension.
I was under the impression that it had to be PDF'd in order to use Bluebeam.
You
You
can
also take-
convert any file to PDF in Bluebeam.
Yes, you can. Okay. Yeah, you're better off because it's to ask your customers to convert a file to PDF. They're probably their head's gonna spin and their eyeballs are gonna pop out. Okay, so these are not required at this point.
No, not at this point.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave these because there's a lot of them. Actually, you know what? Just for my sake, I'm gonna. If you've got a couple and you want to throw them in there, go ahead.
Bruce, you can hear me, right?
Mark, we were getting an echo.
you
Do you
are-
have 2 mics on?
Yeah, Mike, Mark, you are like.
Mark,
Right
now
here,
we
Mark.
can't hear you at all.
Okay. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. So I'm hearing a little discussion on the PDF side of things. At least in Public Works, we take in more than PDF. And I take it that you've included that functionality by saying something other than PDF as well, right?
Yes, we are allowing other file types.
Got it. Okay.
So just to show that it says e-review file, I'm going to go in. What else do I have here? Let me go back to here. Okay, so I just put a JPEG up. Worked fine. All right. And Mark, I need to talk to you when we get past a certain point because I want to retest some things. Okay.
Okay.
So sit tight. All right. So thumbs up. There's no fees right at this point. So my subject matter expert. Go ahead.
Bruce, you're not going to see any fees because you're in 2021. The fees that were created are from 2019. So at a later point, we're going to need to change the app date to see if there's any fees that are associated with this. But I believe for Veronica, all hers are manually add.
No. For testing purposes, we can just choose some. So Jared will appreciate this. So depending on what we determine the application will be for, we can now just click on the, you can click on whatever fee applies, and we no longer have to do individual plan cases like we do now in desktop. So this is probably the best feature for planning anyway on this conversion or in this update. So Bruce, if you just want to click a couple of them.
Okay, so let's go back because I want to make sure I got this right. So nothing's going to automatically populate here, right?
Yeah. Right.
So we're going to click on add fee, and then wow, you got 74 of them in here. Just grab a couple, well, one at a time, I guess. I love that. Okay. So now it's automatically, or not automatic, it's by manually me clicking on that, it threw these in there. Whether these are right or not, that's a whole nother day. But,
yes.
Okay. So your folks are going to go through there and they're going to look at that list that's in there of all those fees that are available, and they're going to pick whatever they need to pick.
Right. So the thought is they're going to be submitting a planning application, and whatever plans they submit, we would review those and then determine what different processes they need to apply for. And then based on that, we would enter the fees in here, and then later on when you get to it, link those planning cases to this project. That's the intent. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to save this next component here for when we get into more talking about cashiering and that whole area. So I want to move past this right now, but this is what was, when I chose that one, that first one, this is what popped up. If I needed to add more, I can click on the little plus sign and I can add more, okay? Whatever it might be. Well, we're gonna throw a little winery and brewery in there too. Okay, so now I've added, this one is just been added in there as well, okay? So you can adjust these, but we'll talk about that when we get into more of the cashiering role right now. But let's go into next. Brings us to number 7. When you get to number,
Sorry, go ahead, Sir John.
okay, go ahead.
Does it allow you to add the same one over again? Like if you've already added it, will it allow you to duplicate that same one, or is there does that ever happen, Veronica?
No. Well, actually, on the notice,
here we go.
you could add notice.
Admin coastal development permit. Select it. Guess what? It's going to come in there and it's going to hit me twice with it.
There you go.
Now what do we do?
Hit next.
Delete it.
You're going to bill them twice. Okay, so here's what you can do. It's click on the pencil, okay, and adjust it. New amount is going to be 0. You got to put in a reason, okay? User error, and then click adjust. And it just backed out that $1,970, okay?
Bruce, why didn't you just delete that line item?
First off, is you never want to delete. I mean, you could have, but here's, well, okay. Here's, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But if I was, I wouldn't say it was me. I would rather see, in my own personal opinion, I would rather see someone, because you want to make sure, remember, you want to make sure you're counting all your mouse clicks. So wouldn't you want to know if someone by mistake did that and just so it's on record?
Wouldn't that be reflected in the history? That the fee
Yeah,
was deleted?
but-
So you would still
but
have a
here-
record, right?
Yeah, but no, let me back up. No, at this point, you know what? At this point, no, it wouldn't matter because here's the thing. We haven't saved anything yet. Your history doesn't take effect until you have saved the record. Then everything starts from there. So, Nellie, your point is good. So I would have just gone in here and done the garbage can, but I still got to put a reason in there.
You can remove the P, right?
It's gone.
Question, you said you had to put a reason in. So does it look for a text or can you hit the space bar a couple times? Because that's a workaround that a bad habit that we've gotten to in desktop where the space bar is just hit and no reasons are entered. Will that allow you to do that?
I'm going to drop that one back in there again. And I'm going to come to total. I'm going to come down here to where the pencil is. I'm just going to click the garbage can. Okay. I'm clicking on the space bar right now. Nothing's happening.
Oh, good. That's a nice safeguard. Oh, but there you go.
So now you got to
So if you just hit the space bar here, will it allow you to, and then go to the next one or no? I mean, and then
Nope.
save it?
See what's happening?
doesn't-
You see down here, my
Yeah, I know.
delete is not,
I love it.
I can't
That's
do it.
great. Perfect.
I can click that space bar till it goes from East Coast to West Coast.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it enables the delete button until you choose one of those from the list.
That's
Melly,
good.
do you know those options from the list? Can we add more, or is that just what?
I'm assuming yes. I have not seen where to do that, but I can find out.
You should be able to, and I say should, you should be able to make those changes in the back office to those reasons.
So right now, I click the box with the duplicate fee on it. I click the check mark box and then I hit delete, and they let me I put other, and when it asked me for a reason, I spaced twice and I hit delete and it allowed me.
Yeah, we don't want that.
There's a way around it then.
So I just clicked other.
Okay, did you
Is that what you say?
on the invoice first page, you have to click the box, the check mark box, where it says, let's say admin coastal development permit. If you click on that box.
Hang on. I want to walk through this. Okay, so let's do this step by step. So
Okay.
Are you looking at my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
The third line
So-
down, click on that box there.
On the box, okay,
Okay, then you hit the delete trash.
the trash can, okay.
And then reason, you put other, you could put other in there. You click on it. Other,
Okay.
and then go down, and if you go and you space bar it, it'll let you delete it without putting do or error in it. Hit delete in there.
That's because other is one of those options. So that's, you can't get around that. So if somebody chooses other, that's it. You don't have to put anything in here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just like if I had gone in here and chosen the garbage can again and click that, so you have credit, other, or user error. So you can't, if someone picks credit, it's going to say delete. If someone picks other, it's going to say delete. That's hard coded in. There's no way to force someone to put a reason in there.
Got it.
But what will happen, okay, is that, I mean, if I choose other and I click delete, okay, and now we've gone through this whole process, and just let me go back and go ahead and finish this. We'll come back and look at what we've done here in the fees. So bear with me. And Mark,
Bruce?
hang on. I'll get to you in a minute. Okay. I'm going to click next. The reason why I want to do this because there's something I want to point out to y'all. What you're looking for here is you're looking for all green check marks. So obviously you can, guess what? Ding, ding, ding. I don't have a green check mark here. So what does that mean? I'll click on it. Oh, I don't have a contact type required here. So I didn't put in somebody's role or responsibility. I can close it and I can figure it out for myself how to get there, but why bother when I can click on the Go Fix button? It brings me back to here. And remember, I purposely said when we were building these to leave this blank. So when I come over and I click on the plus sign, I'm going to create whatever is required. Now you might have, you require an applicant, you require a owner, you might require a contractor. So all those things that are required could fall into play here. But I'm now satisfied that part of it. And because that's the person, they're the billing contact. That's all I have. If I want to say this person is also going to be the, I don't know, the designer and the contractor, I can do that too. So I put all those things on one card. Okay. I don't have to click next. I go back to confirm. And I've just satisfied that error was there. I've got all green check marks. Now I can click on finish. So, Mark, hang on a second. I see your thing in the chat. So now I've got my feeds. Guess what else I've got? After everything refreshes here, the workflow's going through. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. If I come down to history, it just shows me that I was added here. But if I go back to, where are they? Fees. You see this? It's going to show up there that something was deleted. Unfortunately, right now, it's only going to show me this. So it says, I made an error, I screwed up. I didn't void anything, I just made an adjustment. Okay?
This doesn't
Chris,
show
on-
up the CSS side of it, right, for the applicant? Or
What's that?
does this show up on the CSS side, on the applicant side? Like these?
What do you mean? What
The deleted
I'm seeing
one.
Like what's
right
crossed
now?
out, the deleted piece?
No, what shows up on the CSS side is until you create the invoice, nothing shows up on the end user side.
So there on the screen right before this, when you were showing it, there was a note field, additional notes for, and I don't know where that was, next to the user error. When it showed it was a user error, and then right next to it, it said additional notes. So is there room to add, like, if you wanted to add details as to what the issue was and why you deleted it, or so that you could document it?
Yeah,
Is there?
wherever you see that pencil, you can put in whatever you want. If you have standard comments that you have saved someplace in a notepad or whatever, you could pile them in there. But if you wanted to put something in here and say why, you certainly can.
Bruce, before you created this plan, before you hit finished, when you were deleting those rows, there was a comment section when you were deleting. You just had to scroll down to see it. So it might be the resolution that you're showing it in. You didn't see it on your screen, but I could see it on mine.
All right, hang on. I just added another fee here. Where'd it go? Hello. Which one did I just add? This one I think I added. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about when you were still creating the plan before you hit finish. There was actually, when you hit delete, you had to choose from the dropdown, and then there was a comment section right below that. But because your screen is blown up, it didn't show that.
So you can delete from here now, right? Or do you,
Yeah.
you can't delete now that it's saved?
Nope, I can delete. I just added, whoops. I just made a mess. I just added this one right here. I think it was this one. Which one did I add? I think it was that one. I added this one, okay? I haven't saved anything. So I have one item selected. I can click on the garbage can, and it brings me to here. So Nellie, is there someplace below I'm not seeing?
Yes. Are you able to scroll in that window?
No, I am not.
Okay, because what I'm seeing is below the delete reason is delete note, and it says optional. I can share my screen if you want to see what I'm talking about.
I see that too, Nellie, doing it. That's good. That's a good option to have.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why that's showing up like that. Where are you? There you are. I'm going to give you the presenter award. Ah, okay.
So see how I can see like the whole page and you had to scroll over to the right to see it? So I have this admin coastal development permit. I'm going to hit the trash can. See, I'm going to choose other, and down here I can put some text.
Ah, okay. So it's the resolution on your screen. I'm sorry.
Right. We just got to keep that in mind when people are new to the system, that they're going to have to scroll over or change their resolution to see it, because you said you couldn't even scroll down to see that.
Yeah, yeah. My resolution. I usually I tend to run it high so that everybody can see stuff, because I get complaints when I can't see your screen.
And I just noticed that once you delete something, you can hit this little arrow thing and undo your delete.
Yep, you can until you save it.
So I'm going to hit cancel, so I'm not saving that. And I wanted to address Mark's question. Says, can we see the accounts that the fees are programmed to be posted? You mean the GL accounts for each fee? Mark, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
So I believe that was in system-wide reports.
On a report to see where those go to. But Mark, are you referring to at that point in time?
Ideally, yeah. When you go to add a fee, you know where it's going.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a
within
report.
The thing. Yeah, and it's going to show you all the fees, not just because they don't have it broken down by plan type work class like you do in desktop right now. All the fees are in one.
It's in the fee setup, the GL codes.
Right. So you guys wouldn't be going in to set up the fees. I'm going to have that honor.
So is there a report that you can run to see which fee names go to which account?
Yeah, I'm running that right now. I'm not sure how long it's going to take until that comes up.
Yeah, that's what she's running right now, Mark. So you can't see it at the time of you assigning that fee, but once it's been saved and that fee's been assessed, that's what you can go in and pull the report like she just did.
So if I look for admin coastal development permit fee. These are the GL accounts here. Can you see what I'm pointing to here?
It's blurry,
Oops.
but I can see the full
And I just
question.
clicked on the screen and it made it freak out.
Got it.
So if you're looking at her screen in GoToMeeting, if you looked at her, you should be able to zoom in on her screen. If you go to the right, should be a box that pops up for you. It'll let you zoom in.
It,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it goes. So I went down to
Admin coastal development. There you go.
yeah, when I clicked on this part of the page here, the GL accounts, it zoomed in.
And that was specific for that case, wasn't it?
This is all fees.
Oh, okay.
All. Can you scroll up a little bit, Nellie, for me? So when you set this up, you did it for, you did it for, did you do a range when you did this? I'm just trying to see.
No, I went into system-wide reports. I went into transaction report, and I went to fee setup report, and then it just brought up. These are all the fees that are currently set up.
Oh, so okay? So you're not doing a date range. I think Mark, what Mark is looking for is a more of a specific date range. Am I right, Mark?
No, that works. I'm okay with a completely separate report.
Okay, all right. I just thought maybe you're looking for a specific date range, like, the last 5 days or whatever.
Yeah, ultimately.
That's not an option here. As you can see, all I have the option for is fee setup report and then to run it.
Mark, we did have a report created to give you the ability to punch in a GL number or for it to run specifically on a GL number, but that's in the permit module, I think, under reports. So, but we do have that ability if you're looking for specific GL numbers and you want total.
Okay, great. Thanks for that.
So you have from what I'm understanding, then what I just heard was that you have a custom report that you had built, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's only on the permit side.
I believe it encompasses all types of permits. I'm not sure if plans too, but I know all permit types.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Nellie.
No problem.
Take back over the screen here. And click save. Go back to my original ending here. And I am going to say, oops, back to here. I'm going to say that I'm going to call it a day before we get well past.
That might work out well because I think we should give everybody a chance to create their CSS account now that we know a way to do that. And that will give folks a chance, 15 minutes or so, to do that.
Kurt, you are a slave driver.
Clear up on, we have to create a new personal email other than Gmail in order to get a CSA account.
It appears Gmail is intercepting the messages. I'm not sure what's happening, but sometime after the message gets sent out from our server, it doesn't get to some Gmail users. And of course, we don't have the ability to dive into Gmail to figure out what's going on, but we've identified that both Yahoo Mail, or at least I've identified Yahoo Mail and Proton Mail, another free mail service, will successfully receive the message, and you can proceed to create the account. So I know I know something to do, but this would also help you to ensure that you're not mixing your own private email with this city operation as well. You could have a completely separate email account. I'm sorry for the extra hoops to jump through, but it will work.
So Kurt, can't we continue to use the generic one that was created?
You could, but it would be everybody. I don't know what would happen if it would clobber things in the system, or if the universe would collapse if everyone's using the same account.
Yeah, here's going to be the problem if everybody has a universal account going into CSS. There's there's like 15 of you on this call. So picture this: 15 people with the same account. Go in and you all create 15 different permits, 15 different plans, or you apply for 15 different things. It's going to be, I mean, it can be done, but y'all got to remember, you know, did I apply for this or that, the other thing? Well, here's the problem with all that. Kurt has been kind enough to give me 3 different or 4 different scenarios to work with. So I can't have 15 people logged in with one account, all applying for a planning project online or a water-based fire protection permit online. So we really need to break those out. So otherwise, we're going to be like playing pin the tail on the donkey in the dark. You know what I mean? Okay.
So I think the thing is, if you've successfully been able to create your account, I know some of you were able to do that with Gmail, then you're okay. But if you weren't, and if you want to participate in the CSS hands-on tomorrow, then please use an alternate mail service to create an account to use in creating your CSS account. And I have shown that Yahoo and Proton Mail seem to work. Sorry for, and I do apologize for the extra workaround, but unfortunately, we have no control over what Google does.
Hey, Kurt.
Well, that's okay.
Hey, do you feel pretty confident about Proton Mail? It's an encrypted service. It looks like that's the only choice, and that's a good thing, right?
Well, remember, you're just using this. You're not going to be using this for your own email, right? You're just going to be using this for this class to test out with CSS or for demonstrations later. I don't imagine there's any private information in there, and I don't know anything about Proton Mail. I can't vouch for it. Yeah, if you're concerned about it, maybe try Yahoo. It works well.
I was just curious. It's based in Switzerland, and you know, I just looked up the website. I'll probably create an account. It didn't
I just wanted to try it on more than one platform to see if it worked, and Proton Mail was one of the top ones in the world. So I tried it on there, and it worked.
Oh, top what in the world? Like alternative to Gmail?
I just did a Google search for the top free websites in the world, and it was on the list.
Yeah. Got it.
So
folks, I'm looking at, I'm in the back office right now. I'm looking at external user setup. So someone has come in under MSN. I've got a Proton.
That's me.
I know, yeah. I'm not throwing anybody on the bus. What else do I have showing up here? A Yahoo.
That might be me too.
Another Yahoo. And that's it. But what kills me is that Gmail is in there, but it was back from 2020. So something there's a 2021. So,
yeah, that's me too. I did successfully get into my Gmail last year.
I've got it today's date and time for Ian created a Gmail account in there. So I don't know.
I have 6 separate Gmail accounts that I was able to register in CSS. It is inconsistent when it sends out the email if it's being blocked by the ISP. And I don't know why it's happening.
So just a heads up, we have that issue across the board in permit services with Gmail and sending emails to customers that have Gmail accounts where they don't get them or they get blocked or they just have issues.
That's good to know.
I have reached out to other cities and counties to ask them what they do for their workaround, and their suggestions have not worked thus far for some of the accounts that I had issues with.
So
That's
if you don't
very
mind,
strange, 'cause like I said, I have used my Gmail account on other sites and it's worked fine. And it looks like Gmail's worked here.
and it doesn't look like
I don't know.
it doesn't look like it's a particular user's configuration, because I successfully did Gmail on one of my Gmail accounts last year, and now it fails on this one, and I haven't changed any of my Gmail settings. So it looks like it's the server's internal filters that are catching something.
Yeah. Well, all right. So homework for tonight. Kurt, are you going to send out an email to everybody so they
I'll send out
something? Okay.
Yeah, I'll send out an email identifying the
All right.
platforms that seem to work.
All right. So, folks, what was today like for you? I wanna give me some feedback here on me, on what I did, and what did you expect, and did I fail? Did I pass? Did I come close? Whatever.
Hey, Bruce, I really appreciated your approach to the training. I thought you did a great job. I think the software's got a little ways to go, but I appreciated your presentation today quite a bit.
Thank you. Oh, we got some chatters.
Hey,
Okay.
Bruce.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I think when we are looking at specific cases and you go from one point to the next, I think that will be much more useful for people who need to do permits or plan. So the cases, when you're focusing on those, the step-by-step approach will work better. I think you are giving us an overview of all of the capabilities, and some of those we may or may not be able to use. And so I didn't really find that interesting. But the cases, maybe when you go through the cases, focusing on each step, that will be more critical for some of the users.
And I appreciate your input. And just so you know, Chandra, when we resume, probably it'll be tomorrow for sure, we're going to start drilling down deeper into those cases, and we're going to walk through the whole process. Today's focus was just to kind of like get you up to your ankles in the water a little bit, and we're going to get in a lot of deep water as we go through the next couple days. So, but I appreciate your input. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Well, folks, I appreciate your time today. I look forward to the next 3 days again. There'll be no dog and pony show in the morning. You'll just jump right in and we'll go at it. And when I say dog and pony show, that means I'm not going to do a PowerPoint every day. Kurt, Nellie, anything on your side?
Just to thank you for your time and effort and flexibility today, Bruce. I know that we had some speed bumps along the way, but I think we're making some good progress and getting our hands in the system. I appreciate your time and effort.
Okay. If anybody has any special requests that they want to see in the next couple of days, y'all have my email address. Please reach out to me. That's what I'm here for, even after we get done on Thursday. I hope that you all reach out to me and ask questions.
Hey, Bruce, I do have a question. Are any of our reports available? So like if you hit invoice, it'll show us what the invoicing will look like, or?
You have to generate the invoice. Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, but once we generate it, are the city reports available in our training so that we can, so everybody can see what they're going to look like?
When you
So
say
it-
reports,
So, okay, so when we issue the permit, for instance, when we go through and we issue a permit, are we going to be able to see what the issued permit looks like once we've entered all the data that needs to be there?
yes.
Okay. And then the invoice we just created, if we would have hit invoice, would it have generated the invoice for us all to see what it's going to look like?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a good question, Anne Marie. We need to see what the reports look like because the usability of is going to depend from department to department.
Yeah, we haven't even scratched the surface yet, folks. Okay, there's a lot more to cover.
Are we on
So-
schedule for inspection tomorrow afternoon?
We are not following that original agenda.
Right?
So Mark, is it critical that we cover that tomorrow?
No, I just wanted to get a sense of when we might be focusing on kind of the inspection elements.
Okay. So here's what it takes for me to get you to that point where you can schedule inspections and where you can see them on the iPad and go out and do the inspection. It's going to require that we get into permits, we create the permit, and then we walk through the workflow. And once we get through the workflow, we'll be able to go in there and we'll be able to schedule that inspection. It'll show up on an iPad. If you're an inspector, you'll be able to see it and go from there. So it's going to be probably going to be, I'm going to say at our pace, we might get to it tomorrow, depending on how far we get along. But right now, planning I figured was probably going to be the easiest one to go through. But maybe I'm assuming things, and I shouldn't do that because you know what? When you say the word assume, it makes two things out of it, or three things, I should say. But we will get into permits, and you will see that. It definitely will be, if not tomorrow, it'll be on Wednesday for sure. I can guarantee you that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah, you're not going to leave here before you see that. Trust me. Anybody else? All right. Well, folks, I appreciate your time today. I hope you all have a good evening and get rested up for tomorrow. We will continue this. We kind of got through the dry area today, as I call it, because it's kind of like running through the sand. It's pretty well dry. We will start getting into the good stuff tomorrow for sure. And I believe Kurt sent out an email to everybody to get something set up so that we can jump into CSS, so you get that side of the aspect, so you understand that when a customer calls up, what you can expect, and I understand what they're talking about, but I also want you to see what happens and on the outside looking in and then inside looking out. So with that, I will close out our session. I appreciate everybody's time, and I will see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, folks. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you.